I'm not getting any voice.
No, we're just rounding up some elements. Yeah, we will start shortly, Andrew. We're all here. So Hatsune, perhaps talk to a couple of people, get to know each other while I chase up some speakers.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, feel free to chat among yourselves. Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Hi everyone. A few intros. Hi Wani, Michael, welcome, sir. Wani, are you there? Could you hear us? Can anybody hear me? John Luong, greetings, sir.
Yeah, greeting to you, sir. I'm getting you.
Oh, wonderful. Lovely to hear your voice, sir. Where are you? Are you in Juba, in South Sudan?
I am in Kampala.
You're in Kampala. Oh, lovely. Very nice. I hope you're somebody in this line of a very important discipline that economics is. Are you an economist or somebody involved in finance?
Yeah, I am involved in finance.
Oh, wonderful. Yeah. Okay, wonderful. So you guys are the experts to tell us.
Not yet full expert. Nice to meet you.
Likewise, my brother. Pleasure. And please do share your contact details so we can invite you regularly to our events because we have weekly discussions. Next Sunday also we'll start some lectures. There'll be specialists talking on the various fields and experiences. Yeah.
Surely, that will be nice to be part of you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Brother John. Pleasure. Hi, Wani, Michael. Hi, Jacqueline. Greetings to both of you.
Hi.
Jacqueline, how are you?
I'm okay.
You joined us today, so wonderful.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Yeah. How was your week?
It's fine.
It's been well. Okay. Which Jacqueline is this? Jacqueline Nassauer?
Isaac.
Isaac. Oh, from the UK. Oh, hi, Jacqueline. How are you? Welcome, Jacqueline.
Okay, thank you.
Lovely. Yeah. So what we will do, just give us a few more minutes as we anticipate a few other people joining us. Feel free to introduce each other, to just gel a bit, so the room is not so silent, if possible. Jacqueline, you're always good. You could start the process.
Okay, I'm Jacqueline. I'm in UK, almost 5 years now in UK.
Awesome, Jacqueline. Awesome.
Yeah. I live in Bradford.
Awesome. Yeah. I know you're a South Sudanese. What does the economy mean to you? And particularly, you've seen how important economies are here. Britain is, I think we were the 5th largest economy.
Yeah, it's so hard. It's going hard for me, really.
Our
Yeah.
economy here is also in tatters. It's facing a lot of difficulties, having exited exited Brexit.
Brexit, yeah.
Also, I
Yeah.
guess the war in Ukraine. It's a
Yeah.
terrible time for the globe, but at least it's societies that have been here for years are lucky. But we, as a new nation, obviously, we're facing a lot of challenges, among which is the economy. So
Yeah.
we're hoping we'll have a lot of interactive and
Challenges.
engaging discussions today to just try and make sense of what's been happening and what the future holds for all of us. Yeah. So thank you, Jacqueline. Wanik, is your mic open, sir? Are you able to hear us? Thank you, Jacqueline. Wani sometimes tends to be somewhere noisy. Okay, can Mr. John Along, can you introduce yourself, sir?
That sounds good. Like I'm called John Along. I hope you're all getting me.
We can hear you, sir. We can definitely hear you.
Okay, that sounds good. By name John Along. I'm South Sudanese,
Wonderful.
and I'm I'm doing my studies here in Kampala, Uganda. And shortly I can go back home for holiday to go and do other stuff at home.
Wonderful. Yeah, you sound like a farmer. We should all be farming. It's one way of West Africans are really pushing hard, even in Southern Africa.
Yeah,
Farming has sort of been the urbanized communities have neglected farming, but it's one source of it's something sustainable that could also, help our economies, let alone feed us. Yeah.
surely.
Mm.
It is my pleasure to be part of this forum today.
We're very happy. It's our pleasure to have you, sir. And good luck with your studies, and hopefully you'll come home at some stage and make a big contribution. Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much. Over to Andrew, if you introduce yourself, sir.
Yes, sorry. Can you hear me? I think I was on mute for a second.
Yeah, we are getting you, sir.
Okay, thank you. My name is Andrew Mabor Aliab. Like everybody else on the line, I'm South Sudanese as well, but I grew up in Australia and I moved to the UK about 5 years ago to work in banking. And then more recently, I've transitioned to Hong Kong. So I live in Hong Kong now. I transitioned with work. So I work in financial planning, analysis, and data management. And like everybody else on the call, I suppose the long-term goal is to learn as much as we can to eventually take it back home and do something with it to improve our country.
Surely. It is pleasure that we meet today, and you people are doing great. So you will be the economy that can improve our country for the betterment of future.
We hope so.
So well, that sounds good.
Hi, Andrew. Wonderful, my brother. You've, I think, South. I don't know if there's ever an index, but the level of love our people have for their countries is really very high. So we hope, we will get through this storm and some of the challenges we have, which are normally expected with post-conflict scenarios. But it's important that obviously there is a sense of unity and love and commitment to the visions and aspirations that we all have for our country. So thank you, Andrew, for that input there. Thank you. Thank you, John, as well. Dr. Gabriel, you're very welcome, sir. How are you?
Thank you, Justin. We are fine.
Lovely. Thank you for your consistency. You never let down. You're always there to see things through, and this is a very good spirit, and that's the spirit we need for our country, really. That
South Sudan is to be like UK. We must be consistent.
Yeah, absolutely, my brother. It's so important. Yeah. Thank you. I was just mentioning earlier. Next Sunday we're going to start our what we call Talk South. Talk South is a chance for specialists to come and give us like 40 minutes of a talk about what they do their specialty, the level of what they would propose. Let's say if somebody's is a civil engineer, for instance, you could talk about what you do and where you work and all that it is, what you think of civil engineering, but then apply it to South Sudan. So it'd be lovely one of the days if you could also talk about you and your aspirations for the medical sector as well as society as a whole. So it is literally a chance for all of us to have a session and an opportunity to speak up your mind. So it'd be lovely if you could participate at some stage. Next week we're to confirm the speaker, but we will let you know as well in due course. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Thank you. So we're just doing some intros. Maybe you can introduce yourself briefly, and Dominic while Dominic is connecting. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, greeting everybody. I'm Gabriel Loy. I am a member of this forum. I'm a health worker. I work for the Ministry of Health in Juba here, but I have interest beyond health issues. So on all the public health issues, I look forward to contribute my ideas and my thinking moving forward. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gabriel. We're so delighted to have you. We want to also welcome Brother Dominic, and also Sister Lillian Rizik. We're very delighted to have you, Sister Lillian, and also Dominic. You're very welcome.
Yeah, thank you, Nyer.
You're welcome, my brother. We're introducing ourselves. Feel free to do so when you can. Yeah, but let us greet Lillian. Lillian, greetings, ma'am. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, we're delighted to have you. Feel free. We see a beautiful picture. We want to hear your voice.
Absolutely.
Yeah, wonderful. You can introduce yourself briefly. We're about to start, but we're just waiting for 2 more speakers, and we'll probably get going. Yeah.
Oh, me?
Yes, if you can. Yeah, we're all introducing ourselves.
Okay. So I'm Lillian Rizik, with the South Sudan Women's Empowerment Network. I currently jumping in from the US.
Very nice. Very nice. Your forum is very well known, and keep gelling together. And a belated International Women's Day. I'm actually attending after this event our session here. Our women are organizing an event today to remember their participation in the struggle and also contributions of many of them, and generally the solidarity that is needed to create the quality and fairness that we all need on the globe.
Thank you so much. That's really very encouraging. Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome, my dear. Thank you. Over to Sahachini. Please introduce yourself.
Thank you, Justin. Thank you for all the participants. My name is Sahachini David Charles Bilal. I am a South Sudanese, born in Juba. However, spent a lot of time in Europe. I am, I'm not sure how to describe myself, but currently I work as an accountant. I'm also a researcher in human development, stakeholder management, and things like that. I just want to take this opportunity to say hi to my brother Andrew. I don't know if he remembers me, but I think the last time we met was at Aru's barbecue, I think last year. I didn't know you moved to Hong Kong.
Yes, I remember you. I think we also saw. Did we get to see each other at the Oxford talk? I don't remember if you were there as well. But yes, I remember you. I did move to Hong Kong quite recently, so it's been about 6 months now.
Congratulations, man. It's definitely good to hear that, and those are the stories that we need. You know, we need people moving up, specializing further, and hopefully one day we get to to do something out of our skills for our people. So yeah, well done, man. Always good to hear.
Thank you.
Bless you.
I agree. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. So thank you, Sahachini, and yeah, congratulations, Andrew. Keep up the good work and keep representing. Well done. Yeah, over to Joseph. Joseph Mogai, please introduce yourself.
Okay, Justin, thank you so much. Thank you, everyone else. My name is Joseph Muigai Wamwere, from Kenya. and I'm currently residing here in London with Justin. Yeah, and I'm happy to be part of this initiative. We will engage more as we move on. My background is both education and economics. So I would contribute more towards that area moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Joseph. And Joseph is a friend, but he's also one of the speakers today. So we will he will hopefully join the panelists. I'm still waiting for 3 more, but hopefully they'll join us in an interval there. We're still trying to get a hold of them. Wani Michael, is your mic available to connect? Can you hear us?
Hi, everyone.
Hi, Wani. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Fine, we're fine, my brother. Lovely to have you. I reached out to your friend. He did say he'll try to join, but I haven't heard again. So maybe check on him if he's free.
Okay, let me check on him.
Please check on him. Yeah. I know you'll have something to say on the economy, so we're delighted to have you. Yeah, wonderful. Can you give a bit of a briefing about yourself? Just say a bit about yourself.
So I am Ani Michael. I'm currently exiled, and I'm also part of this larger civil society in South Sudan. I'm passionate about a peaceful, stable, and democratic South Sudan. Specifically, I'm passionate issues related to rule of law and constitutionalism. Now, I apologize. I think I have missed over twice now. I think 2 weekends because I got a little bit busy with some busy schedule. But I'm happy to be back. I'm one of the prominent members of the People's Charter Forum because I believe in dialogue. I believe in conversation. That it's good for us to talk and have a peaceful dialogue than fight each other. So I'm happy to the organizers of the People's Forum for giving me the opportunity.
You're more than welcome, and we're really elated to have you with us, Wani. And you've been very consistent in paving what could be the real alternatives to how we progress, how we can reorganize our society. But don't let your motivation be dented in any way. Keep sparkling in the way you have, and championing the rights of that beautiful country and people. So thank you so much. Yeah. We also have I think we've introduced everybody. Yeah, my name's Justin Nyer Gordon Motad. I'm one of the participants and initiators of the People's Charter. Some of you have probably seen our literature. If you haven't, we'll share it with you. Please share your contact details with us. It's just a small contribution of we asking ourselves. It started with Sahatini, myself, and a few others, where we asked ourselves, what is it about our country? What sustained the war? What was the aspirations of our people? Now that we've reached the promised land, what does it mean? Are we going to be victims of the curse of the nation, or nation curse, or the African belief that the nation state is cursed because it hasn't worked well for most of our communities in Africa? But yet again, we have been victims of colonialism and maybe perhaps neo-colonialism. And so the world is not a fair place, so we can't be too critical with ourselves. But still, we could have probably done better. One of the things we've often said is that we have never redefined or restructured the nation state as we've inherited it. It was historically an extractive state, purposely geared towards exploiting Africans. Modernity should not mean we take everything for what we have been given. We must also have a view, and to a great extent also look at what does it mean to be African, what does it mean to be South Sudanese. So if we could answer those questions, we would probably create institutions and systems that can hold us accountable, that can continue to sustain our togetherness and manage our diversity, unity, and also the sense of benefiting from the resources that we've inherited, but at the same time being effective citizens of the world, where we could hold our ground and not be the breadbasket, or the not so much a breadbasket, the what they're called, the entity that constantly seeks help, this dependency of Africa on others, when literally the world depends on our resource, but yet we depend on them for peanuts when literally everything is with us. So in that sense, South Sudan is an endowed territory with resources, not only human but mineral and material resource. Yet we were historically condemned, suffered for many years, just arrived at the nation state. But with it, obviously, we've been disadvantaged in many ways. But we could definitely learn a thing or two and avoid the pitfalls and failures of other nations, but also learn from the success stories. For instance, if we look around Africa, what countries would we want to emulate? If we look around the world, particularly Asian countries that were also colonized, what can we learn from them? So the whole exercise is to gauge our situation, to understand ourselves, and to know that others have taken this journey, but we could also take a different trajectory. If only we can gain the consensus, we can harness our togetherness and the beauty that is South Sudan. So along those lines, we came up with the People's Charter, and it's still an ongoing project. We hope to we've been covering all specters of our society, but eventually we'll have 3 documents. One would be the People's Charter, the other is a political charter, and the other one is an economic document of a blueprint for development. For instance, what did it take Rwanda to reverse its historical mishaps? What did it take Singapore as a nation that literally is so minute with no resource, yet through the efforts of Lee Kuan Yew and others, they were able to make themselves relevant. And so what would it take South Sudan to produce such a blueprint and hopefully spread it out and let our people benefit from the struggles and the suffering? And so that's the thinking of the charter. We would love you to all join us, and many of you have a role, you have specialties, you have the love for your country. We're a non-partisan entity. We don't belong to one entity. We belong to all our people. We're trying to prioritize our national interests as opposed to taking sides. We may have our private views and loyalties to here, there, and there, but the nation should be an interest factor that rises above everybody and everything. Yeah, so that's our thinking. But thank you for joining us. So I think
If I may just
yes, Sahatani is also a member. Yeah, please go ahead, Sahatani. Go ahead.
Very briefly to your introduction, in the sense of moving past beyond, being conscientious about the intellectual and the economic colonization and neo-colonization that we've experienced, in order to better see the assets that we can derive from each other in how we define the future that we want for ourselves and for our children. Our ancestors developed languages and customs and tribal formations and other practices to resolve certain problems. However, now the types of problems that we'll be facing in this world, which is changing rapidly, geopolitically, in terms of technology, in terms of, society, a lot of things are changing across the board. The South Sudan that we have known for the last 5, 10, 20 years will be very different in the coming decades. And therefore, the imperative is that we constructively, but also enthusiastically look to nourish each other, edify each other in what South Sudan can be in the future. If we succeed, I will never cease to go back to this dictum. I'm not sure exactly who came up with it, but South Sudan being a macrocosm of Africa, in so many ways, if we're able to succeed in our unity, in our prosperity, it will not be impossible for the rest of Africa, especially Black Africa, to succeed further and to export that model of unity and diversity to other parts of the world. And so, as much as we are capable, we need to positively contaminate our friends, our families with this idea that we can review some of our historical mistakes, integrate the technology, the savoir-faire, and the positive attitude to reconcile the past, the present, the future, and all that destiny might have in store for us in times to come. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sahatini. Thank you for that input. Clearly, it is a lofty vision or lofty agenda or an effort, but it's worth taking. I think it's stock taking. It's a sense of borrowing. The world has always borrowed from one another. China's being accused of literally cutting and pasting what others have done, but still, it's how do you do it? So equally, we could probably quantum leap way far than most other countries if we only take time to really know ourselves, but at the same time, mirror ourselves along success stories. And there's many success stories on the planet. The Arab world, as we see it, have been given have inherited minerals and particularly oil, but it has not been a curse for them. Why has it been a curse for some of us and not them? And what is it do we need to do? Yes, some may critique their governance systems as very controlling, authoritarian, but still, if it works, if there is a social contract at the back of these monarchies, but they give some fairness, some equality, a sense of development or a sense of economic prosperity of their citizens, and then why not? So the sultanates have worked. And maybe we could borrow a thing or two from them. Obviously, they're anti-democratic processes, but if it's ruled through consensus, if it's a rule through social contract, and it works, it's something worth thinking and maybe considering if it does work. And again, it delivers. Some would argue it's a crisis waiting to happen, but nevertheless, they're meeting the wishes and aspirations, and they've dignified their people in the process, yeah, and protected them. Yeah, but anyway, over to welcome, Flora. Flora is one of our members as well. Flora, you're very welcome. Greetings, Dominic. If you want to come in on any of those while we wait for 2-3 more speakers, one is here in the form of Mr. Joseph. Go ahead, Dominic. The mic is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Nyer. My name is Dominic Acquire Henry. Yeah, I'm a professional. I'm a geologist. I currently live in the Netherlands. That is what I do. And, I also participate in the politics of this country with the aim of contributing, to the state of affairs of our nation. Of course, we all know that our country is not doing better, and therefore there is a need for us to, do something to get it out of this situation where it is now. And the chat, I think, try to find answers to this. It is a bit of a contribution. We just have to extend it to other people. It's perfect, but there must be somewhere that people must start from it. And a nation is a collective responsibility. We just have to put these things into the minds of our people that for this country to really succeed, it shouldn't be at the behest of individual people who will end up giving themselves the glories of being the liberators of these nations simply because they once hold a gun and fought a protracted war. History was here to tell us that everybody in one way or another did it. John Alung, your mic is open. Oku. You can mute yourself unless you wanted to talk. Then I can also.
No, I think it was a mistake. I've muted him. Go ahead, Dominic. Go ahead.
Yeah. So we obviously, as a people, like there's something that we got from our previous discussions that we are all aging, and the central question is what are we going to leave to our generations? Do we have to leave our generations with all these problems? The answer is certainly no. And nobody will want his children to inherit debts of unnecessary magnitude, dilapidated state of affairs of our nation, and a country that fights itself. So we need to just send these messages to our people. We need to give them hope, especially we of the educated class. With our little knowledge here and there, we can come together. I'm delighted to listen to this topic of today because it's very important anyway, and that has been our discussions with politicians, policymakers. I remember when we were doing the petroleum policy, one of the things that we articulated was that oil is a depletable resources. And if we don't use it in a sustainable manner, it will gather to us all the unnecessary things that we need to, or we will be dealing with it. And we said we have the failures of all these countries. If you take Ghana, 60 plus years, if you take Ethiopia, Egypt, these are more than thousands of years of successes and failures. As a new country, we would have learn from it and avoid their mistakes. But here are we today, as Junubin as always, we would love to go back through the memory line and do all the mistakes that other people have done so that we can be able to go forward. Contrary to the words of Garang. Garang in Naivasha, in the stadium here in Nairobi, was saying, we don't have to go back and fail like others. We will start from where the wall is. So where the wall is where we are going to kick our economic development and prosperity as a nation. Knowing that they have mistakes, we should avoid it. So it is an interesting topic that I would love to listen and hear from those guys that are going to present. Hopefully, if we are here, we will also chip in our bits and pieces in order to enrich these discussions. I thank you so very much, Nier, and I wish you people a fruitful discussion. I have these young ones here, so I'll be dealing with them for a while. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Brother Dominic. You've always been a source of strength and encouragement, and a voice of reasoning. It's important that we don't give up on our people. We keep forging ahead. So thank you so much. And Dominic is also a member of the People's Charter. Kush, welcome, and iPhone, the mic is yours. Go ahead, introduce yourself.
I think I am the one who has iPhone. Hi, my name is Rebecca. I think I am a new member. My name is Rebecca Mayen, and I live in the UK. I'm from South Sudan. Yeah, this is my first time here.
Hi, Rebecca. What a wonderful Rebecca. Welcome. We're so happy to have you. Yeah. Tell us a bit about you. I don't know you. Maybe we haven't met, but maybe we've come across each other through some of the other community event and initiatives. Yeah. Welcome.
No, I don't think so.
Right.
What's your name?
My name's Justin Yergodin Mortad. Where do you live? You live in
Bradford.
Bradford. Oh, lovely. Yeah. Okay, so you know Jacqueline and
Yeah,
others.
I know Jacqueline.
Okay, wonderful. You're very welcome. Happy to have you.
I am trying to change my name from iPhone to Rebecca.
Okay, please do. That'd be nice.
Yeah.
No worries. Hi, Kush. You're welcome. Kush, mic is yours. Kush, can you hear us? Okay, so we're going to start shortly. Joseph, I think if you're ready, we'll probably start with you in a few minutes. I'll do a quick intro, and then you could get going, yeah?
Okay, Justin, you will tell me.
We'll get you to start shortly. Yeah, just hold on.
Okay.
Okay, one of the other speakers will join shortly, Mr. Alier Makwergon. He will join shortly. There was Werele. We're trying to get a hold of him, as well as Moses Marier, the other two speakers. Wani, any luck with our friend Wani Michael?
Yeah. He said he's held up somewhere, but he's going to join later.
He'll join later. Okay. So that would also be Mr. Prince Malesh will join us. Okay. So just 2 more minutes and then we'll start, everyone. Ayan Achol, greetings, welcome. We're so happy to have you too with us, and also Paula One, you're very welcome.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. We're doing a few intros. Maybe we'll drop you in it now. Introduce yourself.
Okay, I think most of the people don't know me very well, but my name is Ayana Choldeng, and I'm a journalist by profession, and I've been working in this field for the last 10 years. And yeah, it's a pleasure to be here.
We're delighted to have you. It's interesting because economics is a very interesting sector, but obviously I don't know who are they. I haven't been to South Sudan for a while, but I'm sure there's a lot of economic coverage, yeah, particularly from an expertise viewpoint among. What do you call that profession where a journalist is more of an economist, or is there a name for the trade or the profession?
Yeah, I think each journalist specializes on what they want to cover.
What they want to cover, yes.
So
yes.
I'm not really familiar with
The
that
name,
sector.
the name, okay, that's fine.
Economic analysts.
An economic analyst, yeah, that's it, yeah.
Goes as the term.
Okay, excellent, excellent. Thank you, Sir Hattani. Paula One, you're very welcome, sir. In case you're able to talk, feel free. Flora, thank you for your text message. You're unable to talk at the moment, but you're welcome. We're delighted to have you. Flora is also a member of the People's Charter. Paul, if you're able to talk, let us know. As I said earlier, everybody, in case we don't have your contact details, please do share them with us, and let us be able to put you in the circulation so we could update you under our event. We're going to start now. So again, we're delighted to have all of you. Economics is one of those sectors where people call it the it's the very purpose of nations, really, because if you're not able to take stock of your resources and to control them for the betterment of your citizens, then it becomes a bit of an issue. So there's a lot of definitions for economics. Some say, for instance, there's a guy called Taylor Cohen says economics is everywhere, and understanding economics can help you make better decisions and lead a happier life. Even at the perspective of you as an individual, or we as individuals, it's definitely very, very important. Adam Smith, a famous thinker and economist, said a nation is not made A nation is not made wealthy by the childish accumulation of shiny metals, but it is enriched by the economic prosperity of its people. Obviously, the question is, how do you get that prosperity to go around? Somebody called Peter Drucker once said, the ultimate resource in economic development is people. It's people, not capital or raw materials, that develop an economy. So definitely, if you've invested in your people, you have invested in the economy. So that's a beautiful quote. None other than JFK also said, economic growth without social progress lets the great majority of people remain in poverty, while a privileged few reap the benefits of rising abundance. So again, is from a social democratic viewpoint, or a slight leaning leftist, he took the view, obviously, economic prosperity or development should be linked to social progress, and that's a very valid point. The last quote I want is from none other than Paul Kagame. Paul Kagame has been criticized as an authoritarian leader, but he's also a visionary for many of us. He's not only also just a visionary, he's somebody who reversed the fate of a fallen state and literally took it to another level. So Paul Kagame is one of Africa's heroes. Some may call him a benevolent dictator, but definitely he is somebody who chose to choose development over democracy, because development is a key indicator as far as economics is concerned. Paul Kagame said development... Sorry, give me 1 second. My phone is playing up. Paul Kagame said development is about more than money or machines or good policies. It's about real people and the lives they live. So these are just a sample of quotes and ideas about economics. Obviously, the economists among us will have the full chance to tell us what are we doing wrong and how could we correct these things, and to what extent can South Sudan, as a potential giant economically with a very small population, could really quantum leap to the future. But then with it comes a lot of challenges, with it comes a lot of responsibility, but with it comes the usual issues of post-conflict situations, where also resource curse becomes a factor, where external elements, even our neighbors, may sometimes have, good intentions for us. They might have even contributed to our very presence and arrival at the nation state, but they could also want to control ourselves, us for that matter. South Sudan economy has been said to be marred by numerous challenges, and it's been mainly debilitating its economic growth. Mainly these are the post-conflict scenarios, as we know. But then it said widespread corruption and the lack of political, the absence of politics or real politique. But then again, how public resources are managed. But again, South Sudan as a new nation is bound to stumble here and there. It's also been said to be, our economy is said to be based on a market style economy, where there's no infrastructure, there's no capital, and we're yet one of the poorest countries in the world, but yet with so much potential because we're endowed with resources. People ring at the wrong time. So clearly, we've had a bit of a raw deal in terms of history, and we all know we've had historical disadvantages that will take several decades to reverse. We've also been pitched against each other by our former adversaries. The North Sudanese pitched us against one another, and clearly politically we have liberated ourselves, but with it comes a lot of hurdles, a lot of challenges, a lot of difficulties. But in saying that, it's not a lost cause. We don't want to be another state where there's a curse on our resource. We really believe and want to see us reversing this whole current journey that we've taken, and seeing a country that that can emerge out of all the disadvantages, historical mishaps, contamination to a great extent, and turn things around. We know that South Sudan is very rich. It's mineral rich. It's Africa's third biggest oil producer. It has many natural resources. We have huge arable land. We have petroleum. We have copper. We have chromium ore. We have iron ore. We have zinc, trunnion. We have mica. We have silver, gold, diamonds. We have wood, the best wood on the planet, including timber. We also have limestone. We have a true potential. 2/3 of the Nile runs in our country. We have true potential for hydropower. I was saddened recently when I read that South Sudan wants to buy power from Uganda, when literally 2/3 of the Nile is with us. It should be us selling power to Uganda. Obviously, these resources are yet to be exploited, but again, they could be exploited the wrong way. They could be misused, and in misusing them, obviously, it would take time to reverse all these. The Sudan, as we know it, took advantage of our situation, took our oil, and the oil pipe, which is the lifeline of the country, instead of going southwards or somewhere to one of the oceans, it has to go to Port Sudan. And with it, obviously, comes a lot of challenges. So we have a lot of history of, for instance, the South has been described as a potential breadbasket for Africa, let alone not only our region but for Africa. 33% of our acres, 33 million acres of prime arable land is in South Sudan, which is huge. South Sudan, as we know it, has a very small population, and it has a huge territory. Oil, as one of the first extracted minerals or one of the first extracted natural resource, has obviously been used to fight us, to quell our disquiet and our aspirations to be a people. But by the grace of God, we managed to liberate ourselves. But with it comes a lot of responsibilities. Now, how do we manage these colossal natural and mineral resources? How do we avoid the scenarios of most countries that have become independent that suddenly get controlled by others? How do we raise our human development indexes, and to what extent can we change all the historical realities of we've had hunger, we've had diseases, we've had all types of challenges. So the territory as we know it lacks a lot of infrastructure. But it was destroyed also. The little we had was destroyed with the civil war. As we fought to be a nation, we wanted to overcome our political disadvantage, our historical mishap, and to create a society that can surely use its wealth, as others have said. Dr. John said the the resources of the South, particularly the oil, should be used to kickstart of its other sectors, and particularly he homed in on agriculture. So I think as we have these discussions on economics and infrastructural development, we'll definitely look at what can be done to kickstart other sectors using the oil that we have. We lost 5 million people in our struggle through starvation, famine, killings by enemy, and diseases and related problems of war. But the economic potential of the South is clearly there. But we have a lot of issues. So basically, we want to have this discussion today. The topic as we know it today is what they call the Dutch disease seems to be sitting at our doorstep, because we have not used oil to kickstart other sectors. So South Sudan's economy is very much dependent on oil as one of the main sectors. Lately, there's been talks of collection of non-oil resources, or collecting funds for that matter, and that is shows as a potential in also diversifying our economy. So we want to look at how can we diversify our economy. So we're very glad today to have all of you here. We're going to kickstart with Mr. Joseph Wamwere. He's a Kenyan friend, but he's an economist with a keen eye for the region, and South Sudan means a lot to him. As we often say, we have biological borders. So our people are in Kenya, in Uganda, in Ethiopia, in Sudan, north of us, and all around us, the DRC. So clearly, he's somebody who has a keen interest in South Sudan. So Joseph, over to you. You have 10 minutes to tell us how can South Sudan come out of its conundrum of dependency on oil, and how can its economy diversify. And thank you, everybody. I see my friend Dr. Azza is here. Welcome, Azza. we're happy to have you. Kush, I don't know if your mic is able to connect now, but otherwise we're going to kickstart the discussion. Yeah, over to you, Joseph. Yeah.
Thank you, Justin. I appreciate the chance to contribute to the topic of today. And indeed, you've spoken a lot about South Sudan in terms of where the country has come from. You fought for independence, just like many other African countries. But it feels bad to realize that for many African countries, the real gains of independence are yet to be realized. But nevertheless, we soldier on, we keep fighting. We probably will have to fight throughout. The liberation fight does not end, it continues. We just hand over to the next generation because there will always be elements that will try to pull us backward. Sorry. Today, talking about the Dutch disease, I think I would like to start with a scripture, if you allow me, in Proverbs 10, 22. It says that the blessings of the Lord, it maketh rich, and he addeth no sorrow with it. I'm a believer, and I know most of you also believe in God. The reason why I read that scripture, it's because even as much as we talk about the problem of oil, or what people normally call the curse of oil, we need to know that there's nothing wrong with oil itself. God has given South Sudan oil as a blessing, and we add problems to it ourselves. The problem is not the oil itself. Poor leadership, poor mismanagement of resources is what brings the curse on us. So we bring the curse on ourselves instead of taking advantage of the blessings that God has given us freely. Are you able to hear me?
We can hear you. Somebody opened their mic by accident. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I thought somebody wasn't hearing me clearly. Yeah. So oil is not a curse. We put the curse on the oil ourselves. So when we talk about the Dutch disease, it has to do with that exactly. How we manage these resources that we have, how we manage the proceeds that we get from oil. Because if we do not manage them the way they are supposed to be managed, then it basically leads to the collapse of other sectors in the economy. So by definition, when you talk about the Dutch disease, we basically mean a situation where a rapid growth or development in one sector in an economy would contribute or lead to the collapse of other economies. In economics, it's expected that when one sector is experiencing a rapid growth, that growth should be felt in other sectors because no sector stands on its own. But if there is no leadership and there is mismanagement of the resources, what happens is that the focus remains on that one sector that is growing. So the Dutch disease can be any other sector. It doesn't need to be oil sector, like in the case of South Sudan here. And it can be traced in Netherlands for those who probably would want to read more, but we don't need to go back to look for where it came from. just to understand it in the current context. Normally, what happens is that when you start drilling, extracting and selling oil, you earn foreign currency. There's a lot of forex flowing into the country based on that. And the dynamics is that when you have a lot of forex flowing into your country from that one sector, what happens is that the local currency tends to become strong. When it becomes strong, what happens is that imports becomes cheaper than the locally available items. So people tend to focus more on importing their supplies instead of growing the local industries. And over a long time, what happens is that the local industries collapse. When the local industries collapse, the dirty disease comes in actually when you are not able to recover them at the same rate that the sector that was growing at a rapid rate is now declining. The production of oil, from statistics, I know South Sudan, it has from maybe 2011 has been declining. Of course, with some years of increase, but on average, it has been a downward trend. But the question is, now that oil is no longer that blessing, are we able to recover other sectors at the same rate? If not, then those are the signs of the Dutch disease. Agriculture is not cannot be recovered as soon as it is needed to support the local communities. The same thing with other sectors that people depend on importing items instead of supporting the local industries. The biggest problem with most of our African countries, and I think somebody was mentioning the case of China, is where, I don't know who taught us this, that we should never reinvent the wheel. It's not an African saying. It must have come from somewhere with a purpose. But maybe we need to find to do our wheel the way we need it and the way that it meets our needs. And I think that is what China did. They did not think that the wheel exists somewhere. They need just to import it and use it. They dared to create their own. And in the process, now we have the China that we have today. But most of us, even the basic things, whenever I want to buy a new phone, I'll have to go to the internet and look for China where the phone is. If I want to buy good furniture, I'll go online, look for where I can find it abroad. Hardly do we think about the carpenter next door and whether they're able to do furniture that can still serve my needs. And that's how we collapse our local industries slowly. And once they collapse, then we make the economy suffer. We make the people suffer. The primary other industries that are critical to the society, to the economy, education, health, and all those other things, they suffer at the same time. So how can South Sudan recover from that issue of overdependence on oil? I say that oil is not a curse, it's a blessing, but we have to remove the curse we have put on it ourselves. The proceeds from oil or any other precious resource should be used to support other sectors: finance, agriculture, finance, education, finance, health. And over the years, these also other sectors will be self-sustaining because they also become productive. There are normally two sides of the economy for those who are Keynesian economists, for those who are classical economists. There are those who believe on the demand side economics. Demand side economics is where economists believe that the growth of the economy should be driven by the demand for goods and services. On the other side, we have the supply side economics, where the classical economists think that the economy should grow, or the growth of this economy should be driven by production of goods and services. In these two cases, one of the side of the whole theory that I like is dealing first with the supply side of the economy, where you capitalize on production because production creates its own demand. In South Sudan, you have primary industries that you can capitalize or invest heavily in. Primary sectors are basically the sectors that or industries that produce raw materials. And one of the major sectors there is agriculture. Agriculture is classified as a primary industry because it produces raw materials, but we all know at the same time that it produces finished goods as well to support the local communities. And then we have the secondary industries, which have to do with, that are fed from the primary industries. But you cannot develop secondary industries if you do not first develop the primary industries. If you do so, then you'll be forced to import raw materials. When you import raw materials, then again, you're not growing the local economies. You end up depending on buying items from the regional countries or even abroad, even for basic things in the economy. And we are also facing the same problem in some sectors in Kenya, where we are importing shoes, we are importing clothes, we're importing a lot of stuff. The other day, our president said that he is going to ban completely the importation of furniture. We are still importing furniture. And he said we have enough resources to produce all the furniture that we need. We have enough resources to produce all the shoes that we need. We have enough resources to produce all the clothing. The apparel industry, we can feed it directly from our local industries. In your case in South Sudan, if oil proceeds were to be properly managed, you can easily finance these industries. And when you do so, then you spur growth from the local communities. Because looking at your GDP, you should be much far ahead, for a country that has extracted and sold oil for all those years. But the reason why it remains low is because it's only about one sector. If there is diversification right from the primary industries, then that will change the structure of the economy in terms of diversification, and run away from the Dutch disease that I can say has already affected the country. If other sectors are contributing a very small percentage to the GDP, then that tells you that you're already suffering from that phenomenon. there's a lot to be done in terms of leadership, for the leadership to understand that we are not doing well because we are not diversifying our economy. An economy that is not well diversified is very vulnerable, because whenever there is decline in, there's an issue with oil prices, there's an issue with the decline in production, then the economy has nowhere else to turn to. You know, you'll turn to asking for aid or borrowing, because that is the only other option that you would have. But if the economy is diversified and you have different sectors performing, then even if there is a decline in oil production, that will not affect the economy. If tomorrow an announcement was made in South Sudan that all oil wells have dried up, there is not even a drop of oil that will be extracted moving forward, it is over. How fast can you develop other sectors without affecting the local communities? If that is hard to do, then you are deep into that phenomenon of the Dutch disease. I wasn't meant to speak for many minutes, and I also did not intend to take a long time. I didn't want to give statistics about South Sudan. You already have them, about how the economy has been performing over the years. I know you have all that, but I believe there's a lot to be done, including expanding the production of oil itself, because you are not producing to capacity. Looking at the few statistics that I am aware of, you're not producing to capacity. Therefore, if the focus was how can we use oil to spark growth in other sectors of the economy, then the aspect of scaling up the production capacity would come in, specifically to generate more resources and then channel those resources into other sectors, so that you're able to grow them as well, instead of leaving them behind. Move with one which is very vulnerable to external shocks in so many ways, and that has happened in South Sudan, has happened in other countries. External shocks always affect the oil sector, and if that is what you're fully dependent on to 90-something percent, 80-something percent, then it's a big problem. Maybe that is what I can share for now, Justin. Moving forward, maybe we will discuss more, talk more about those specific sectors and what can be done. But today you had asked me to talk about the Dutch disease. That's in a brief way all I can say about the Dutch disease. Yeah.
That was lovely, awesome stuff, Joseph. I think we'll probably open up while we wait for the other speakers, for people just to maybe ask you a couple of questions based on what you've said. Again, I'm always of a view, Kenya regionally is probably the most dominant economy. It's more diverse than many, and has specialized particularly in the banking sector in terms of its agriculture, as well as it has relatively industrialized. So it'd be good to know to what extent, if we took if we emulated Kenya, what mistakes should we avoid, and if we how did also Kenya. We know Kenya obviously was a darling of the West. It was the Sudan and India are said to be the creme de la creme of the British Empire, but Kenya was equally loved to a great extent. Well, India and Sudan were the creme de la creme of the colonial empire, but definitely Kenya was I think settlers didn't want to leave. Eventually they had to, you know, but it'd be nice to know, you know, what would you advocate or advise as what to avoid in the case of the Kenyan experience of nation building and growing its economy in particular being relevant. I think there was a GDP survey done the other day. Let me just quickly look at the Kenyan economy compared to other territories. The Kenyan, this is the GDP in current in current prices, US. Kenya has where's Kenya? Kenya's here. Yeah, Kenya has 115 billion. Its economy is that big. South Sudan is said to be 7 billion. Sudan is 26 billion. Ethiopia, wow, Ethiopia actually is one of the big powerhouses. If they can stay stable, 192 billion in terms of its GDP. Nigeria is obviously 395 billion, and South Africa is 401 billion. Angola is, as another oil producing territory is 93 billion. It could probably do way better. Again, DRC, as rich as some have argued, South Sudan could be as rich as DRC, but DRC has great landmass. It has 73 billion in terms of its GDP. So perhaps you can comment a bit on that, unless somebody has a burning question for Joseph. Maybe respond to some questions and then respond to what I asked you. Anybody wants to question Joseph on on his presentation? Yeah, so Joseph, I think you could probably continue, and questions will arise.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Justin. Some years back, before 2002, most of the statistics will tell you that Kenya was over dependent on agriculture, contributing almost 60% of the GDP. Today, things have changed. The agriculture actually as a sector contributes about 21% of the GDP, then industry about 17-18%. The services industry, which experienced growth mostly from 2002, now contributes over 50% of the GDP. Now, you asked the question about what you should avoid if you were to borrow the diversification model from Kenya. What you need to fear most is what we call state capture. That is the biggest problem that we face today in Kenya, in as much as our economy is doing well. You know, has grown. I think has been the 6th biggest in Africa. You know, in general, including the Morocco and those other countries at the top there. State capture is what you need to fight, which I'm sure it's already a problem in South Sudan. It's actually the case in most of the African countries. And the state capture is where, as you chart the way forward to diversify these sectors, say you want to spark growth in agriculture, and then you have elements in the government who want to use policies in that initiative for their own benefit, then tomorrow you have the agriculture sector doing very well, but it is all in the hands of a few individuals. So what happens is that at the end of the day, the sector has experienced growth, but no benefits still have gone to the local communities because everything has been captured. We are experiencing that in the dairy sector in Kenya, where the dairy sector is taken over by one family, which is controlling everything, and they are controlling everything in a way that they can even import powder milk instead of buying milk from the locals. Import powder milk, come and mix it with whatever, and then they sell it as civet milk, which has been produced locally, and that has been done aided by our other neighboring countries, which is very bad. Uganda has been a culprit in that, giving a way of bringing that milk to Kenya, because Kenya does not allow importation of powder milk from some places. So because the company in Kenya has another company in Uganda, so they can import powder milk through the subsidiary in Uganda, and then after that it can come to Kenya as if it's just an exchange from the other subsidiaries there. So that is state capture, which prevents the real benefits of development from reaching the citizens. That's the biggest issue that you will have to deal with, to ensure that even as you diversify and these sectors experience growth, they are not in the hands of these leaders. They will not manipulate policies for their own interests, because that again means that you've worked so hard only to remain in the same state. We are struggling with that, but there are so many gains that have been made because the current leadership is committed to reverse those trends and ensure that the benefits goes to the local, the citizens themselves. That's mostly what I would talk about. And then the other thing is about the tax regime. When your formulation of tax policies to support local industries, they have to be targeted, that if we want to stop importation of apparel, then there have to be tax policies specifically addressing that issue. In Kenya, one of the biggest problems that we have is that we create a policy and then our politicians create another route out of it, so that they're still able to do that. They can cause an artificial shortage of something in the country, and then they open a window for duty-free importation of the same products that the law is trying to prevent local industries from external competition. So it just thought about making sure you have the right policies that are not captured by the politicians, they are not taken advantage of by the politicians themselves. Justin, back to you.
That's lovely. Thank you so much, Joseph. Sorry, I just went for a quick to get some coffee. I think you really answered those issues, because again, these are some of the realities of the day, that business merges with. Can you guys hear me? Can you hear me? Yeah, business merges with politics, and at times in our own sense of African politics, it happens all over the world. But I think in our case, the meddling in the accountability is hardly non-existent, and in a way, resources become the privy of those elites, and temptation to control the state. For instance, in the case of Uganda, a lot of Uganda had also been another country which had actually made a lot of progress, and even with Idi Amin, as much as he's demonized at times, he did a lot for Uganda to develop various sectors within its economy. A lot of those today are said to have been privatized and owned by the big man himself, among others. again, not to home in on Uganda, but there's all these realities that the state becomes in itself, or the people in government become the ones who control the private sector as well. So this is one of the biggest dilemmas. But thank you for telling us how Kenya has differed, and hopefully we hope also Ruto does not entrench himself and behave. I mean, he's also known to be a businessman, but to what extent can he separate issues and give some fairness and a sense of and opportunities to the when Inchi, you know, we want ordinary citizens to feel some sense of benefits from the wealth of their state. Yeah, thank you for that. I see we have two people with their hands up. So Hatani, I'm inclined to. I'm going to let you come in. I don't know who had their hand up first, you or Ida. But let Ida. Are you there, Hatani? Yeah. Let Ida quickly come in, and then we'll let you have a longer session. Yeah, Ida, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I was wondering if Joseph could give us a few more examples of state capture, because we hear about it so often. And the one he gave us seemed more like a company managing to swap their money in a different way. So I wasn't too clear on state capture. I wondered if you could tell us a bit more. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. When we talk about state capture, it's just politicians manipulating policies for their own initiatives, and it works in a very interesting way. I'll give you an example that happened in Kenya last during Uhuru's time. There is this plant called Irish potatoes. All of a sudden, and from nowhere, the parliament was asked to pass a certain law which made it illegal for people to grow these potatoes without being given a license by the government. Now, why were they interested in this plant? Somebody noted that it is a high value crop, and therefore it will not be open for everybody. They'll make it hard for people to do so or to grow that particular plant. So if you want to grow it as a business person, then it becomes very hard, because you need a license, then you will not be given that license. At the end of the day, what they normally do, they create what we call barriers to entry. You try to look at a certain industry, you desire to venture into that industry, but there are barriers to entry. The barriers to entry, some of them are some of these legislations. And they can get to a point and say, now we cannot give more licenses for this particular crop. But the issue is not that they cannot give. It's because it is preserved for specific groups of people. Now, I used the case of dairy sector. Maybe I can go back and explain you how state capture came in. In 2013, when President Uhuru Kenyatta came into power, a packet of milk, 500 milliliters of milk in the stores, was going for, if I was to give you the price in dollars, was actually very low. Was going for that's it, divided by that point, was very low. Was actually about 0.36 dollars for 500 ml. When Uhuru came in, there is the KCC, Kenya Cooperative Creameries, which is a government company that is supposed to buy milk from farmers, that is supposed to do all those stuff and ensure that the dairy sector is developing as it should be. When he came in, he reduced the funding to KCC. Then the second thing he did is that he bought nearly all the local companies, other local companies that were producing milk, then made the farmers to sign some contracts to be supplying milk to his own company. And those contracts prohibited them from selling milk to other dairy companies around there. And then through that, he managed to control 90% of the dairy sector in Kenya. And then what happened? They monopolized the sector. Then joining or allowing another industry to join the dairy sector becomes extremely hard. They make sure the cost is very high. That those are the things I'm calling barriers to entry. You have captured the sector, you control the sector, then you have put barriers to bar other people from joining the dairy sector. They will not tell you you don't join, you'll be given all the licenses, but the price you pay for it will not make any economic sense for you. If Uhuru Kenyatta was not in power then, where he was able to use his position to influence some of the things that he did, he wouldn't have done it. That becomes completely what we normally call in Kenya now the state capture. Trying to use the power and the laws and the policies they can pass in cabinet for their own gains. Then they use, the other problem is what we call the tendering process of the government. And they may come in and say that some project will be government to government negotiation. When they do that, there is no open tendering. They tell us it is the government of Kenya that is negotiating with the government of China to build a railway from Mombasa to Nairobi. And therefore, even the supply of all the materials, nobody knows how it is done. And then later you realize there are companies owned by the same politicians who took over the supply of some of the raw materials needed during all those projects that are going on. And because they said it's government to government, nobody is able even to question how some of the things were done. We have been asking to be given the contracts that were signed by China for the construction of our railway, for example. To date, not even a single document is available to the public, yet even the law states that those documents should be availed for us. And that is how I would describe that state capture happens. Those in power, they're able to manipulate things for them, for their own gains. They're able to put barriers for others to access the same contract they are getting in government. At the end of the day, they take over everything. Before 2002, the banking sector in Kenya was captured completely. It was under the control of a few individuals. If you remember, there was a certain minister in Kenya who was called Michuki, who was at one point the chairman of Kenya Commercial Bank. And he borrowed a loan with the bank as a collateral to build a hotel famously known as Windsor today, and an estate neighboring it, which became a very big issue. But he was the power then. Nobody could touch it. You know, people use even state assets as collaterals to borrow loans which benefit them at the end of the day. You know, so that's what we call state capture. I hope I'm explaining in a way that you're able to understand. It may seem it's some private company somewhere, but if that person was not in power, he wouldn't have done that. He only used that. And that is why today the same company that he used to capture the dairy sector, it is struggling it has been on the spotlight for importing even powder milk that is not fit for consumption. Yet that is the president of the country who was doing that.
Thank you so much. It explains other things that have happened in other countries. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you so much, Joseph. Really, it's a delight. It's a delight to have you here today and to highlight all of this. It's beautiful that Kenya is tolerant to these sort of discourses, because it's important that they're pinpointed and are exposed. And I think that the Kenyan civil society is very strong and always checks the government. Again, just to highlight what Joseph said, it's very common either, even in the case of South Africa. Remember the Guptas, the Gupta family were involved in some, they went to bed with some elements within the South African ruling elites. And the South African ruling elites have actually violated a lot of laws and the constitution in order to align their interests in a similar way as a state capture. We dread to know what will happen in the next elections, because the ANC has really been decapitated. Yeah. Over to you. Thank you, Joseph. Over to you, Sahatani. Please come in.
Thank you, Justin, and thank you, Joseph, for this wonderful elaboration. It is really enlightening. I guess I had two questions. One, which is a follow-up to your latest response. Would it be accurate to describe state capture as forms of economic coup d'etats, albeit at a smaller scale on specific sectors, on specific activities? That's the first question. And of course, by a coup d'etat, something which is done economically more subvertly, more undercover than the military or political coups, which are a lot more public. And the second question is, in terms of our African values, do you have any examples that you could share with us on how, because we know that a lot of our educations, a lot of our ontological assumptions have been framed by Western education. Are there any African ontologies that you think, either as an expert or somebody who has witnessed development in Kenya, could be useful, practical for South Sudan in the modern day context as a way to try and reconcile part of our identity and history to the economic imperatives of the current age? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Sahatani. Welcome, Dr. Karnita, and also JM Nyebol. You're all very welcome. As we greeted you earlier, feel free all to interact and interject at any phase. We're still waiting for the other three speakers. So far, we've got Joseph, but any of you guys could also step in and share your ideas. I think there was a gentleman earlier who said he's an economist. Yeah, so I think there's a couple of economists in the house here. Joseph, over to you, sir. Thank you, Sahatani, for those questions.
Okay, thank you so much. You've talked of state capture as an economic coup d'etat. Is that what I said? Whether we can,
yes, would it be an accurate way to describe it? And if not, could you help us maybe refine that? Thank you.
It's still the same thing, because the economy is supposed to be for the benefit of all the people. It's purely that way, because you are taking the economic power from the people for your self-interest. The benefits do not go to the people they are meant to go to. They go to specific individuals who've been able to conquer that through their own manipulations of the existing laws and policies. Then it becomes very bad, because Kenya, one of the things that is not known is that we will say it's the sixth biggest economy in Africa. We will call that it's the biggest economy in East Africa. and all that. But that sector, sorry, that narrative is what is criticized by our opposition and all that, because the economy is in the hands of a few people. The Nairobi Stock Exchange, for example, it is controlled. 40% of Nairobi Stock Exchange is owned by 6 people. That is interesting. The 6 people and the companies and all that, they control 20% of Kenya's GDP. So the power they have, and which of course they have gained through the state capture over the years, they will tell you Kenya is doing well because the sector is doing 1 to 3 things, but it's purely in the hands of a counted number of people. So I would say for sure that you know that it's a it's a coup d'etat economically, and the power was completely taken away from the people, and they you know, people just taking advantage of the people every time. Predatory lending when it comes to access to credit. Once they have taken over the sector and all that, you know, they can increase the lending rates the way they want. They can manipulate the stock exchange the way they want. By the way, being an economist for all those years, if there is one place I've never invested even a single coin is the stock exchange, because it's not operating organically. You know, it's just a manipulation of so many other interests inside there. So I would put it that way. If that makes you understand it better, I would say it's still a very good way of looking at it. Yeah. Then you asked about the case of South Sudan, and who is that person I would think of in the Kenyan context, who probably would help in a restructuring some of the things. I wouldn't point out to one person because no one is an expert in everything. I had mentioned to Justin sometimes back, need to know this guy. At one point, he messed himself up, his profile, but he's one of the greatest thinkers we have in terms of helping countries which are in such situations to restructure the political system, economic systems, and all that. He became, I don't know, because the Kenya is that once you join into some places and your name is tarnished, then it becomes a problem. But he remains one of the greatest advisors, basically, in terms of political and economic restructuring of countries in Africa. Maybe if need be, if Justin would want me to say, I can say the gentleman. I mentioned to him.
As long as there's no lawsuit for me and you, yeah.
No, he can't, because no, he's one of the people who really helped restructuring most of the things during Uhuru government. So to say, to that extent, he even Kibaki time, he did a lot of work politically and all that, just to help the government reshape its vision and policies to have the gains, you know, reach the people. The gentleman is called Mutahi Ngunyi. But the biggest problem with Kenya, with most of African countries, is our politicians. They are given the best of advices, but the question is, will they implement it the way they ought to be implemented?
Well, absolutely. I think both of you and Sahatan hit it on the head, really, because state capture is another way of taking over the government and violating the constitution without check, because now you're in bed with the business sector as well as members of the elite, governing elite. So it's very much another phrase or another way of saying it's a coup d'etat, really, but within the palace with no blood to show. Yeah. So thank you for that. Again, I think a dilemma in Africa really is that you cannot avoid the relationship between the private sector and those in government. But then when it becomes an issue like what the Guptas did and literally derailed or totally compromised the government, it becomes a problem. But again, it's the fact that many in government do meddle and do, as you rightly put it, Joseph, sort of create favorable policies and contracts and processes, what do you call procurement measures to advantage themselves or people they're working with, which is a real issue. Yeah. But thank you for that. The most capable Dr. Carnita is with us. Please do come in, Dr. Carnita. I see your hand is up. Thank you also for Flora KG for joining, and anybody else who has joined us. And please feel free, the mics are open. Go ahead, Carnita.
Yes, greetings to everyone. And it's always good to be a part of this most excellent project and to be in the audience learning all the rich information that comes across these airways or e-ways, I should say. So, in the issue of money, my mind has focused quite often on how do we get cash into people's hands or money on their cell phones? How do we do that? And I'm wondering, in light of what I've been hearing described in great detail and in various permutations, some of the macroeconomic woes of South Sudan, I'm wondering whether some of the several items I'm about to throw out as examples might be feasible. Okay, so I'm wondering about the feasibility of these examples in the interim. Okay, not as a replacement, but in the interim of establishing a government that's efficient and effective. So here are my interim ideas, and I'd like for people to question, to weigh in on the feasibility of it. The first one is research cash. In the States, there are frequent opportunities for various companies who do research, or they call it market surveys. And they want to know what you think about their jam, their jelly. They want to know what you think about their commercial. They want to know what you think about their brand of tennis shoes. They may want to even know what you think about their commercial or what you think about a style of attractiveness or whatever the case may be. And they actually pay you to come in, sit, weigh in, give your opinion, fill out a brief survey, and then you go home and then that's the end of it. And a lot of times people will join quite a number of these different types of research projects as a alternative means of income, believe it or not. So I'm wondering about the feasibility of various entities as well as individuals. I just participated in one in Ghana actually last year. Someone, as part of their doctoral thesis, was paying people $50 cash, which is a little over 500 CDs, plus lunch at any restaurant of their choice, to participate in a survey. And so we just rushed in as many people for this as we could. So I'm wondering about the feasibility of individuals and entities just doing general research on whatever. What are your attitudes about farming? What are your attitudes about marriage, etc., and getting cash for that? That's the first thing. The second thing is, I'm wondering about the feasibility of a movement or a campaign, somewhat clandestine, that has to do with giving big tips to micro businesses. So for example, I and let's say 318 other individuals are about to land in South Sudan in various places over the next 3 or 4 months. And our mission is to not only just come and be tourists, But whenever we go to a barbershop to get our hair done, we increase that amount by 500%, 1,000% with a tip. So whereas this money, maybe this hair cut might ordinarily translate in dollars as $1.75, I may give that person $40 American dollars for that haircut as a quote unquote tip. This would be another permutation, another way of getting cash into people's hands. So that's the second one, is what I would call big tips to micro businesses. The third thing I would say, and I've mentioned this one before, is direct giving, which some of you may be familiar with, is an actual movement from corporations as well as NGOs and other entities, where they just literally just give cash into people's hands, either sending it to their cell phones or coming there and putting cash in the hands. And it's not a part of any particular project other than to get cash into people's hands rather than giving used clothing and food items. The fourth one and the fifth one are related, and that is bereavement gifts and birthday gifts that are sizable. So if somehow or another the government says we're going to crack down on this research and we're going to crack down on this direct giving, then the effort to get cash into people's hands could double again as a movement where, there's several hundred of us, there's several dozen of us in South Sudan, and we're just giving big birthday gifts, or we're making large donations to funerals. Again, as another way of putting cash in people's hands, and it would be done strategically, and it would be done in inordinate amounts that people wouldn't ordinarily give to such things. And then the last thing was something that I saw many, many years ago on Candid Camera, which is a comedy show, where there was this store that they had a sale on women's handbags of 110%. Now, it was all done in comedy and jest, but what happened was that when you came in to purchase, so to speak, this handbag, it was 110% off, meaning that they gave you 10% of what the value of the purse was. And so I'm wondering if, in terms of another strategy of getting cash into people's hands, might be this whole thing of what I would call 110% off. Of course, we could, mark it up to 620% off, whatever we want to do. That's part of the strategy. That again would be a step in the right direction in the interim of electing or encouraging or otherwise inspiring the government to do the right thing and make the right financial and economic choices where the society is concerned. So I'll recap very quickly: research cash, big tips to micro businesses, direct giving, bereavement gifts that are inordinate in their amount, birthday gifts that are inordinate, both done strategically, of course, and then the 110%, not necessarily 110%, but you know what I mean, purchases, so that if I'm coming to buy an apple from you and that apple is the equivalent of 20 cents, I would actually give you $10 for that apple. And maybe I would say I want 20 of these apples. So I'm wondering about the feasibility of this in the interim as we are addressing macro economics.
Oh, those were awesome ideas, Dr. Carnita. Obviously, as you rightly said, these are micro financing issues, which we will focus in on these. But I'm more than happy for anybody to comment on these. But I still think we're not as ahead as Kenya. For instance, Kenya is very good at cooperatives, at microfinancing, at community associations that are geared towards fighting poverty. In our case at the moment, it is the basic necessities that are a real problem. And society, as you know, is coming from nowhere, really. We've suffered for so many years. We got used to hardship and struggling. One of the things we do, which is a strength for us, everybody supports each other. If I have $100, I'll share it with everybody, so everybody else will share their $100 with me. And so you find there's communal sense of practices that really support and get each other out of these difficulties. Nobody goes entirely on their own. They're constantly supporting each other. But whether these are structured, I'm not too sure at the moment. And if they are structured, the things you say would be very ideal for this. But who would you have in mind to do this, and how is it being done in the case of Ghana? Dr. C, sorry, go ahead.
Well, I'm just wondering that as we are discussing the ripple effect of mismanagement of funds and resources, that from a grassroots angle, what could be done in the interim? So in terms of who do I have in mind, I think this strategically could be anybody, any group of people who beforehand will lay out a strategy, a game plan of how to do all of the above or some of the above in a very strategic way. We generally do these things haphazardly, right? But to do this in a very strategic way, you see. So who depends on the 3 or 30 or 1,500 individuals who get together and say, okay, every time we go South Sudan, you know, you fake and go left and I'm a fake and go right, and you take this and I'll take these, and they deploy this as an actual strategy. So that would be the who, anybody who agrees to get together and do this as a team strategy. But it's just, again, I'm just wondering about the feasibility of it in the interim as we're, you know, discussing macroeconomics.
Wonderful, yeah. No, I think the feasibility of it is definitely would be the society is ready for these kind of things, because we obviously exist as communal people anyway. So anything that can, for instance, I think we mentioned this, and you also mentioned it's very big in Ghana. Syndicates are are tools that women use in particular. Men are yet really to start their own, but I think these are very powerful entities where money it's sort of shared around or passed around, and we all support each other. And now the question, even with us here in the UK, we're trying to, because we have a business fraternity here that is obviously lacking funding, but we want to use the idea of syndicates as a way of empowering that whole process. Yeah, so definitely these discussions we'll have, I think, on as we look at economics and infrastructural development, we'll definitely home in on microfinance cooperatives and similar, and even hear what's happening in Ghana as far as local community-based initiatives to fight and eradicate poverty. In the case of South Sudan, we even during the war, literally every individual contributed in one way or another. So you contribute as an individual, as a family. For instance, when the SPLA used to come around to ask for volunteers, families would sit and say, so-and-so, is your son to go, is your daughter to go? Equally, contributions were raised in terms of food, in terms of goats and animals, and even people would carry food stocks around from A to B, then the B community would carry it to C. So there was a lot of cooperative and joint workings, which maybe after independence have sort of filtered away, but can surely be resurrected. But it'd be nice to know somebody who's on the ground to give us really an up-to-date of what's happening. But Dominic, do come in. Thank you, Carnita. Dominic, go ahead.
Thank you so very much. Let me really appreciate Joseph and now Carnita, because Joseph really touched on one of the most fundamental, aspects of what we are currently, living in South Sudan, and that is that element of a state capture, which goes, together with the phenomenon of the disease. But again, when Carnita was speaking, my mind really went, to the other side of the aisles, like where is financial and economic literacy from our ordinary people? Because then everyone must really, I was just pondering, everybody must really, have a know-how of how the financial system works and how it adds up together, and what are the forces of the market. And perhaps this is a question I wanted to put up front to Joseph, being an economist, because in South Sudan, there's this issue of free economy, free markets, when we know the forces of economy, doesn't really respect people have to operate within that forces, and they do whatever they wanted to do. At the end of the day, it's a free economy. And where is the ordinary people, based on what Kanita was speaking? Then that leaves us with a really very big question: that what do we need to do? Because then the issue of these Dutch diseases would come. Like I said, I'm a geologist. I've worked on the policy of our ministry, the policy of our republic, and the petroleum law. One of the things that we discussed, way up front, was the Dutch disease. And the Dutch disease is actually none other than a phenomena where most of your revenue comes from export of natural gas or oil. And of course, we went into the history of it. We discussed, and that is why earlier I talked about failures of those nations and what we can do. Luckily enough, we had worked with the Norwegians, and one of the things that the Norwegian did was they have an industry. The fish industry was so advanced in Norway, and so when natural gas was discovered, unlike the Dutch, and this is the lessons that they have learned, because the Groningen gas field was discovered in 1959, way long. And sooner or later, they know that all the European nations wanted gas for their heating. And so they decided to, embark on exporting of this gas. But now the revenue that comes from this gas is so huge that everybody got interested. In other words, they decided to abandon the other sectors of economy that they have. Cheese industries, the milk industries, the tulip and the fabric industries that they have. They decided to abandon it, and they concentrated on the oil, only to come and find that as a result of this, the other sectors of the economy decided to fail. They have created a lot of unemployment in this, because the sector cannot, in as much as it is intense capital, you cannot definitely employ the whole nation into it. And basically, this is what South Sudan was suffering from, because we have only one source of revenue that we are really bringing it to the international market, and that is the oil, right? We were supposed to use the monies of the oil in order to develop the other sectors of the economy, like agriculture, like industry, tourism. Then our people will not be struggling over the management of the oil and who will want to be the managing director. But we will be employed in the other sectors. We'll be generating revenues from the other sectors. So the negative influences of these Dutch diseases is that, on any economy, is that you are dealing with these natural resources, and these natural resources are depletable resources. It's actually intense capital. Unless you have a management that focuses on how you can be able to diversify the resources of the country, then you are likely to repeat the same mistakes. So in our case, I think there is a laziness from the political establishment, because that is an easy money. Because the warnings were there. Even the late Dr. Jongarang was telling about agricultural potentials of our country. That we need to develop those agriculture. We have industries. I remember with the late John Luke Job, we had meetings with the managing directors of these defunct industries and factories, whether this is Anzara, Wa, Beluch, Awil. These companies were there. I mean, these factories were there. They have managing directors in Sudan. But because of the issue of the war, it was not visible. It was not put into actions for the people to unleash its potentials. So here comes what Joseph have spoken, because then if you have one sources of revenue, it attracts predators. It attracts gluttons. A lot of people will put their hands into it. Now, service contracts that are supposed to be done, you will find that most of the big people will have their sons and their daughters and whoever is there to be heading those subsurface subsidiaries or companies, and they will be given contract without due processes, and some of the times they will not implement this contract, which in turn will have a negative impact, on the productions. On the upside, it also have a negative impact, on the revenue streams that is coming to the government. So I really liked, the mantra of the state capture with these issues of the Dutch disease. But of course, how do you, of course, avoid these Dutch diseases? One of the things we have said is that, you have to see the revenues that is coming. How is this revenue going to impact your economy vis-a-vis your budgeting? And what are you going to do with the excess money that is coming? In our case, we have what is called, and this is what we borrowed from the Norwegians, we have what is called the Oil Revenue Stabilization Account, which is called ORSA. ORSA is basically that for our budgeting purposes, we have a cutoff price for a barrel of the day. And so anything that is above these dollars that we use for the purpose of the oil recovery, goes to the government, and that one goes to what is called the Oil Revenue Stabilization Account. And this will only be used in order to, decelerate our currencies. In case there's a choke, upheaval situation as a result of, foreign currency, then you will be injecting, money. You're not going to borrow from Exim banks. You're not going to borrow from traders. You will be borrowing from your reserve with the hope that, you are going to give it back with a certain interest based on some of the economical calculation or the accounting calculations. It is going to be very easy, because that is a friendly kind of a borrow. Unlike if you borrow from Exim Bank or you borrow from another trader, of course you will be paying that deeply. This is why these oil revenue stabilizations account are very important. The other thing is also we have these issues of future generations. In the case of Norway, they have what is called the pension fund. That one will also guarantee, our people from these unnecessary expenditures. Because as you get a lot of money, for example, in 2008, when we were generating, millions of US dollars, our people became so very affluent, They think this dollar is just like, you know, a cucumber or something like that, where you will be eating it raw and so forth. They become so very affluent that their expenditures and their spending ethics also, you know, hiking up. That is also very dangerous. So whatever excess money that you have, you know, must go to this pension fund. And that decide to inform the thinking of our people, and especially our old, because they will say, well, you know, we're going to die. And therefore we need to enjoy these resources. But if something is put in your mind that this money will take care of you as you get old, then you will be very careful in order to treat this sovereign wealth, you know, funds in a manner that it takes care of your need now, but as well as your future generation. We need to diversify our account just to avoid it. Like we said earlier, you know, you use the resources of the oil and inject it in other strategic sector, you know, and use it to eliminate the effect of these, you know, diseases. Of course, in the absence of institutions, and this is one of the things that Joe talked about it, corruption will come from the back door. If you may remember very well, you know, recently leaders of our time are crying that we have a very weak institution. And they were in this docket for almost like 19 years. But the question that begs to be answered is that who created these weak institutions? You know? And how did you leave this weak institution to continue to persist for all these years, only to come and cry foul for us that we have a weak institution? So going forward, in this material time, I think it is important that, you know, we need to go for a strategic national planning. Call it a conference on South Sudan, it doesn't matter. Where we really have to revisit our thinking in terms of what do we have to do with these resources that we have in order to avoid these diseases. They are now talking about, oh, you know, we have the minerals. You know, we have the minerals. Your institution is weak, you're not able to extract these minerals. But here is an example of an oil that we have and the revenues of it that comes, and we don't know how to manage it, you know. And this is an extractive industry, which is a capital intense. Do we have to repeat the same mistakes in the oil sector? And coupled with the state captures, then we are going to inherit an environment that is also so bad, like what we are seeing today in the areas of Baluch, in the areas of Mala, Tarjas, in the areas of, you know, Abiyanom, and all these places. Because in the event of state captures, the people suffers. The resources are siphoned through the back doors. But in our case now, it is not even it's not even a secret that money comes. It is taken from the airport without going to the central bank, which is supposed to be the custodian of those resources and managing it through the financial, you know, protocols of the Ministry of Finance. These are worrying things. As to, you know, how the market works, these are really the works of the economists. Let them help us with it. And I always believe that, you know, whether you're an economist or not economist, you know how to count money. And you know how to use money in such a way that it must take care of your needs throughout the month. And if that one is not happening, you will be sleeping in your car. So it is an area that we need, you know, to be always cognizant of its knowledge. We need to always educate even our children going forward that, you know, you don't have to joke with money anyhow. I'll better stop here. Thank you so very much.
Thank you so much, Dominic. You really raised some crucial issues there, because which again resonates with what Sahachini said earlier. Where are the African values or the African you could call them things that are meant to make us adhere to certain norms. But I guess the nation state has made us lost. We're somewhere lost in the urbanization of it all. But if we're reminded of, as always, that moral values among Africans are the need to look after one another, not to harm one another, to be loyal to the kinmanship or kinwomanship, to in-laws, respecting in-laws. Also, foreigners and strangers are always welcome among us, let alone the belief that God is not far, that we must always adhere to looking after one, to doing the right thing. So somewhere along the line, we lost ourselves, but I still believe, hence, the need to restructure our nations, because we even saw in South Sudan with, and I often say this, with the proliferation of states. Suddenly, when I'm taken out of Juba and brought close to Rumbek, maybe Rumbek East as where I come from, suddenly I started to behave differently, because I'm going to lose face here if I do the usual stuff I would have done elsewhere. So maybe the kind of structures we will formulate, the need to kind of embody our presence in an urbanized setting, in a modern sense, among our values and the shared values for sure. As Sheikh Anton Diop said, that there's a cultural uniformity from Cairo to Cape Town. So there's nothing to prevent us from coming up with certain laws that can make all of us, the 64 plus communities, and particularly the people in public space, to behave in the way that are acceptable to us. Otherwise, this continual imbalances or gulf between the rich and poor, or the gulf between the people in government and everybody else, and capture the state capture that was nicely put by Joseph, are always going to be factors that we have to fight with. Again, the nation state in Africa, from a South Sudanese perspective, we're the right people to create a new model of governance and redefine the state, because we really have suffered and we don't want to suffer anymore. But how is the question. But again, it starts with sufficiency. If we can at least make sure our people have enough to eat, if we can make sure there are basic rights and services, a social contract of some type, then the external enemies, the internal enemies, we will fight them as time goes. But we just want basic rights to begin with. So hence why Carnita's suggestions earlier are very relevant, because it's about the Wanichi, the ordinary people, their rights. Where are their rights here? So before we go back to Joseph, and also brother James Yar will come in. He's also in the business sector, because unfortunately Moses Marier has lost a cousin. He's unable to attend. Warelle, we cannot get a hold of him at the moment. I don't know if he's running late. So I want to give a chance to Mr. JM as well as Paul one to raise to make their contributions. Yeah, Mr. JM, go ahead, sir. I shouldn't say Mr. We don't know. JM.
It's Mr. JM.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. Mine is a comment. I think Brother Sahatini sort of touched on something very important. If you look at the world economy, all of it, you go to the foundation of it was for the exploitation of our people, Africans. So we have economies now being built or being sustained by the exploitation of Africans. So for us to continue and actually try and create a successful economy in that environment is essentially sort of almost submitting to the enslaver, that they have done their job and they are succeeding with it. Now, that is probably a very radical statement when you talk about economics, but we can go all the way back to before colonization and all the exploitation that built up the Western economy, because all we are doing is trying to emulate the Western economy now. Whether we are saying, oh, we want to emulate Kenya or Uganda or Tanzania or whichever nation in Africa we South Sudanese aspire to emulate, we are emulating something that was built and is still being sustained by that mindset. So Sahatini's question of what African aspects are we actually considering when we're thinking about South Sudan economy or this economy of South Sudan? It's going to be very tricky to get anything that is free from what we call modern or the enslaving economy. I would suggest from my point of view is to address the issue of state capture. I think Brother Joseph highlighted that very neatly and clearly. However, it's very tricky to actually have an economy without the exploitative influence of legislators or politicians. We're in a good state as South Sudan. I think most of our resources are spread all over. I mean, except from the petroleum. With the exception of petroleum, really, the rest is out there, is free. And if I were to marry what the doctor, what is it? Her name? Sorry, let me just have a look at Karinita. If I were to, Karnita, yeah. If I were to marry what she is proposing, the best way would be to start by establishing community-driven, community-oriented, or manage businesses. So if you are, for instance, in an area where there's lots of fish, instead of leaving that to be instead of leaving the government to come in and actually start the business of exploiting or using the resources, the fish, it would be much more sensible and efficient and probably ethical to actually organize the community in such a way that they run their business. So they actually run, because they will be the ones, if it's catching, they'll be the ones catching the fish. If there's any cleaning or anything like that, they'll be the ones doing that. So instead of people going there buying wholesale from them, let the buyers actually go down to them and deal with them directly. No intermediary, because an intermediary is a sign of the modern economy. It's essentially a way of abrogating from your responsibilities. A government will put an intermediary, and through that intermediary, they can let the intermediary do whatever they want. So if you don't have an intermediary, you actually deal directly with the people, then that will adhere to our desires of having creating a system or an economic system where the rights of individuals are maintained and sustained. So I would try and emulate that in all the other parts of the country, where there's gold, where there's cows. We make milk, but you don't get an intermediary to sell the milk. You get the business that are coming directly to the producers of the milk. If we can do that, then in one way or another we'll be dignifying.
So it's a win-win situation for everyone.
Yeah, it's win-win situation, but we'll be dignifying whoever is producing this. At the moment, our economy is probably very down because we don't have any dignity for whoever produces. So if you produce, say, greens, no one has any respect for you because we're just producing greens, but they don't know that that green or those greens are what is keeping us healthy. And we don't respect them. We don't give them the attention. Someone that produces milk, they just come and sell the milk, but we don't give them the respect. And doing that, we will retrace our ways back to what I perceive to be African, because in my short life, I've experienced that. I've experienced how dignifying it is for someone who produces something to actually be appreciated by whoever is consuming it, coming down to them and say, can I have this? Or buying it. But there is that interaction, and that's the African way of doing things. So if we can get our economy to actually spread like that, forget the petroleum or the money that comes through the official channels of the government. Internally, if we can get our economy to work on that or be sustained by that, that will be a big step. Because one way, first thing is it will eliminate middlemen. And secondly, it will make it difficult for state capture to influence our economy. That's what I will sort of stop at this point. But I think the ideas that Dr. Karanita raised, they can probably be put into effect if we can start thinking about communities doing their part, but also the government at the moment is not recognizing. But if you can get a government that actually recognizes the communities and avoids sticking any in-between dealers, then we'll have a good economy. If we keep on looking for other economies that we hope to sort of mimic, I think we need to be conscious and careful about what you are mimicking, because the Western economies, they know exactly what are the shortfalls of the system. If you mimic something, you don't know what someone has gone through to reach that stage where they say, "Oh, this is the best." It might be the best for them, and the economy that we actually sort of look up at now is the best for these people, because sometime back they didn't think we are human beings. So for them, whatever continues to keep us in that state is the best. And if we mimic that, then we will be sort of propagating exactly what they want. So we really need to think carefully, and that can start only by giving communities the power to manage themselves, to run their things. And then that if communities do that, then governments will not have any power to hold onto them. I'll stop there for the moment. Thank you.
Those are very radical ideas, my brother, and I commend you for that. Also, my good friend Yada Matata is a member of the People's Charter, and we're so happy to have him here. I think what you said is very true, and as you were talking, Yada, don't want to call you Nicola. I was reminded of an Ethiopian lady called Nages Haley, who established something called NGO Kawe in 2004. She was actually a former government official, worked in various ministries, particularly Ministry of Trade and Industry. But she noticed that there was a disconnect and in line with what you've just said, where basically she said basically there was a lack of engagement of grassroots participation, particularly women. So she noticed there was a lack of institutions in changing and supporting women to run small and medium-sized enterprises. And so she decided to establish this NGO, which is actually called Women Empowerment in Ethiopia. Now, what she did here is to literally home in on the lack of society and particularly our governments to address the basic needs of people on the grassroots, and also to ignore their contributions. For instance, if somebody farms, surely it's for us to find a way to aid them, or the government of the day to aid them to sell their produce. And I remember years ago I went to South Sudan to do business, and we wanted to get food from Uganda. So we found a certain entity that was actually giving local farmers seeds, akin to what this lady's been doing, making sure they also help them to sell their produce. And so these were like NGOs, maybe enterprises, but clearly there was a gap. The government was not doing that. And to totally agree with you, there needs to be another way that society could probably organize at that grassroots level. But the dilemma here, if there's moral decadence or some kind of the elite factor here, where elites have been subverted, where elites are just looking for their own, then hence the lack of us to even generate rural economies or establish a rural economy. A lot of our rural people in the rural community, probably the majority of us, are just bystanders. They're no longer, they're never recognized. To them, the government never reaches them. Government never does anything. And that's the real dilemma, really. How do you make them as relevant as anybody else? And so what you're saying, in a way, if although it rhymes with this, I for one don't want to give up on the idea that government is useless totally. But clearly, maybe the problem is more societal. That is all of us wanting to exploit anything, and also wanting to always give ourselves an advantage as the rural or educated communities, and really neglecting the manpower and the resources and the rights of citizens at the grassroots in the rural communities. We are their eyes, their ears, their hope. And if urban members of the urbanized South Sudanese, or Africans for that matter, continue to ignore them, then we have a real crisis. As to whether we make them have direct access to whoever wants to buy from them, they'll also be exploited. So we must find a way that they're not exploited, not by ourselves, but not also by anybody who comes in, if there's no institutions to protect them. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
I was. That's why I mentioned the marrying of the points that Dr. Karnita mentioned. I think if she, for instance, has people who are, say, the 318 people leaving the United States coming to South Sudan, how can we make the most of that? We can have if one of those people is willing, they can actually go there and help, whether it's giving knowledge on how to have community managed business, or provide the initial investment for the community. Of course, if they're ready to pay me, say, $10 for an apple that costs $5 or $2, then they have the money. So they really have the money they want to spend. So if they want a good cause for spending their money, that is where they can actually come in. And if we think a bit wider and brainstorm on the ideas that the likes that came out of Dr. Karenita, and like focus on a specific area, in the fish area, in Terkeka, say for instance in South Sudan. If someone comes from abroad and they're willing to give the initial investment for a project there, they can spend their time there as well, giving those people ideas on how to actually succeed in such projects. But if they come with the money, and we as a government, not even government, but individuals with connections there, are ready to help those people to be receptive to this foreigner who is one of their brothers or sisters, who is ready to help them, then we can start there and we can start making headway in that way. And that can be sort of replicated all over the country, or in all the regions really, where we just pick a specific aspect, something that we can economically make the community all sort of come around it and value. They all value their stuff. It's just that because of the hectic life nowadays, you don't see very much of the community. I think the root cause is the community disintegration, and that's part of the selfishness that you mentioned. We are thinking all of oneself only. We don't think as a community, and in that way, we'll actually be sort of securing more than one objective. The one objective will be creating a business for the people, but also sustaining a community, actually keeping people together. And that can reverse quite a lot of what has been happening at the moment. You mentioned something, Justin, that when you went to your village, you left Juba, you had to adjust your behavior. That will come automatically, because if the community is sort of reconstituted, essentially by having this business that they are all together, then people will see their children, or the members of the community will see their children, and children will start behaving properly. So you will actually be dealing with quite a lot of social issues, because children will start behaving properly because they know that my uncle or that neighbor there knows my dad. That's how we were basically disciplined. You never walked out and start misbehaving, because you know if you misbehave, whoever sees you have the right to let your parents know. And so if we can just get that idea, that business, we start that idea of self-managed community business, then things can improve a lot. And first of all, it will keep, or will make it difficult for state capture to actually prevail in such situations. So I think there is a way. It's just we need to join hands, those of us who are outside with those who are in the country, and also our brothers and sisters who are willing to help us with initial investment or things like that, or even ideas. And so if we can pursue that one way or another, it will create an economy that is much more African in a way, that's much more not at the moment we have a sort of a false economy. Is money is paper based. It's not based on any value. You don't have a material that people are actually valuing. People are valuing words. People are valuing. You look at the stock market. If someone great says something, you see the prices of certain commodities go up and down. But that commodity, the value of that commodity doesn't change. So our economy, the entire economy is false. And the proper way, or in my view at least, the most sensible and humane way of establishing an economy is actually establishing it on tangible goods. And if we can get communities to actually produce those tangible goods and work together, we are onto a winner in a way. Sorry, I'm speaking a bit more than I should, but those are my views.
It was necessary. Thank you so much, Jada, for continuing to expand the idea, and I think it is welcome. And we'll definitely have, because we're going to have a series on economics or economy and the need for infrastructural development for the next 4 weeks. So definitely we will home in on microfinancing. And Carnita, you and Jada can come and talk on that day if possible, because it's about really taking ownership of the need to find out the state of microfinancing, what is being done, who could be paired up with them, and what good examples are there. And I think you've seen a lot of them, Carnita, within Ghana. Ghana is one of Africa's most stable countries, and for sure, and they're lovely people. So for sure, there's a lot to learn from there. Equally, the examples of this lady Najes Haley and others are there to be learned from. Yeah, but thank you so much. Those of Gabriel Loy and others in Juba, if you can maybe tell us later what the situation is, but maybe perhaps Paul Paul, please, the mic is yours, and then we'll James will give you a chance shortly. Kush, are you available by any chance?
Yes.
You are. Okay, welcome. Yeah. Okay. So please feel free to interject anytime. Paul, come in. Paul, one.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, Justin. I'm Paul. I'm from South Sudan, but currently living outside the country. I'm not an economist, but I'm a medical student. In the medical field, we believe prevention is better than cure. When it comes to die disease, I agree with two scholars who wrote and research concerning it. They said an economic illness is easy to catch and it's difficult to cure, of which is also related to our medical term or a statement that prevention is better than cure. Last year, around August, I met with one of South Sudanese recording artists, and he's also an activist. His name is Emmanuel Jal. I met with Emmanuel Jal in Vietnam last year in August. Emmanuel Jal told me South Sudan is one of the countries in Africa where any investment return is 100% guarantee. because in South Sudan we have a lot of space that is not occupied, of which if you invest in that space, for instance, if you cultivate okra, a 100 guarantee of the returns from the okra is granted in a very short time, compared to the other countries whereby the soil is not fertile. But for instance, when we made in the other countries, South Sudan is a landlocked country, but other countries that are not landlocked country, they can be able to depend on agriculture. But South Sudan, it has some few seasons of which if you try to cultivate, you don't expect any return. But there are some seasons whereby a return is 100% guaranteed. Imam Jah, what I learned from him and what he was really trying to say about the economy of South Sudan is that South Sudan, almost 90% are consumers. They are depending on a market. The people living in the city and the people living in the towns or the villages, all of them are depending on the imported goods. They come to the markets and buy a maize flour that has been supplied either by Uganda or Kenya, while they can normally be able to produce those things in a local farm back home, whether in the major towns or even somewhere in the city. So this is what I really understand from him. And then when I discuss more from that, and I would try if I can link out with him on a next topic, because I really agreed with the Dr. Kani when it comes to microfinancings, but my take home or our take home question will be how to do that. I'm almost approaching my sleeping time. I will make what I want to add short. My main question was, actually, I want Joseph to maybe give me something about that. When I went home last year during summer, a lot of the local business within South Sudan and also in my hometown in Rumbek, they kept money inside their house or inside their shop, and people are not using apps, cash apps. People are not using bank. They keep money inside the buildings. The money are not going around. People are buying and they're keeping money. People are buying and they're keeping money. They're not taking money to the bank. This is what is also, I observe is also happening in Juba. And when you look at the context of South Sudan, when money are keep going to the hand of individuals and the money are not coming out, and the demand is high, and the money are not coming back, they're not circulating. I don't know in an economic perspective whether there is a positive impact on that or is normal or no. Currently now I'm in Cambodia. Most of the people here, including me, it's a bit rare to walk around with a cash. I pay using either a card or an app on my mobile phones. But back home, everyone is carrying money on the pockets. People are carrying money home. Whenever there is a disaster happening or any explosion, like what happened last week or 2 weeks ago, Justin, what happened in Jeddah, if people would have keeping money inside there is a loss. And most of the people that don't have insurance, there's no insurance guarantee. When you lost, it's gone. There's no guarantee of a government intervention that will help or nothing like that. So I really don't understand about that. It's one of things, it really bothered me, and I don't understand how people are managing about that, and it can also contribute to impunctuations of the prices in the market. Otherwise, thank you. I will make it short because I will be approaching my sleeping time, and I would be listening to two more speakers, I guess, before I opt for bed. Thank you, Justin. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Paul. It's so lovely to have you, and good luck with your studies. You said you're in Cambodia.
Yeah, I'm in Cambodia.
Oh wow, it's an amazing. Yeah, it's amazing. Do take care and keep in touch. You keep in touch with us. Thank you for those questions. I actually wanted to look at the role of technology in economic development and in empowering citizens. So I think your question is very much in akin to that. And so we'll ask Joseph. Equally, Kenya's done very well in terms of microfinances and communities working together to fight poverty and maybe to roll back some of the disadvantages caused by our modern states. So Joseph, over to you, and it's akin to, I think, suggestions made earlier by Jeddah. So go over to you, Joseph. Yeah. And then James, you're next after this. James Yar.
Thank you, Justin, for that, and for those who've contributed. It's very, very, very brilliant ideas and contributions. Before there's one of our friends talked about the issue of feasibility of some programs meant to take money directly to people. And she reminded me of a time I worked for an NGO, and at one point we sat down, made very nice programs for some street children in some places. And in our lack of understanding of the culture with the street children at the time in Nairobi, we thought one of the ways of doing that is to make sure that these people are well dressed and they are clean. And therefore, we went on and looked for ways of helping those that we could, giving them some decent clothes to wear, and that we did. And only to realize that the issue was not that they didn't have clothes, because the next time the clothes were all black. They were all dark with oil. I don't know what they normally call those things. They are dirty because they had two main problems. The first problem was that they had no shelter. So even if you give them good clothes, they don't know, it won't really help. Two, they had no place to store their clothes, and therefore they were forced to wear like 3 pairs of clothes. So you find them wearing almost all the clothes that you give them, because they cannot leave the clothes somewhere. They'll be stolen. They cannot carry, they can only wear them. They had nowhere to store them. So my point that I was driving with that is that most of the grassroots programs need a lot of study of two things very critical. One, the actual needs that people have, and that can only be obtained from the people themselves by doing a study with the people and get to understand their need, do a needs analysis of the community and the people. And then when you're doing interventions, they'll be very effective because you are addressing the actual needs. The second thing that affects also the issue of those programs for giving people resources into their hands is the aspect of culture, mindset, and all those things. What do you start with? Is the culture right to adopt the programs that you take to them, or do you need to take them through some programs to make them see things differently, so that even when you take the program to them, they really understand it in and out and what you're trying to do with it. Now, in terms of microeconomics, actually macroeconomics does not exist without microeconomics. If microeconomics is not working, then macroeconomics still will not work. If macroeconomics are done at the top level there, they will have impact on the ground and all that. Now, in terms of developing, and there's what my brother who just spoke talked about, people keeping money in their homes and all those other things. Money is a very interesting concept.
because actually what we need in an economy is not a lot of money. We need very little money that is moving very fast. If money is not moving, then it has no value. If people keep money in their homes, then that money has no value. It's actually losing a lot of the value that it would have gained. There's a concept we normally call in economics. We call it the quantity of money, or the quantity of money. One would think of how much money or the amount of money, but basically the quantity of money talks of the amount of value that can be gained from the money. If, for instance, you're having a single dollar bill, and then you use that money, for instance, if you're traveling, taking a train to some place, you use that same amount of money, pay for your train ticket. That same note in the evening will be used to pay the salary for the gentleman who was working in that train. The same note. That same note is what that gentleman will go and buy some grocery at home. That same note is what that person at the grocery will go and use that money maybe to pay school fees for the kids. So the value of that dollar bill is the dollar bill times the number of times it has changed hands. So that's what I'm saying, that what we need is not a lot of money, but money that is moving very fast. And for that money to move very fast, that's why you find in the Kenyan context, we talk of cooperatives, we talk of table banking, we talk of small, very small financial groups. I don't know how to describe them. We call them chamas. It's a very common concept in Kenya, where you put together a group of people, and then of course you find a way of empowering them financially. And the best way to do that is to find on which activities can these people engage in, that instead of giving them money, is there anything they can do to earn the money? And once they earn the money, they use that money. The key thing is to have this money circulating as many times as possible. When you see money kept in houses by people, there are two problems there. One, it's either there are very few economic activities in that region, because then money lies idle. People don't know what to use that money for, or they are I don't know, because if I have money today, I have a need, I'll go and buy something to meet that need, and that person will use the same money, go and use that money to meet their own needs, and that money keeps on. We call it the velocity of money, the number of times that the money is changing hands. If it stays idle, the economy suffers, because the economy is not growing. The value of that money is not being realized in the economy. So some of the things that enable that movement of money is when you initiate programs in the community, and actually look at exactly what do we need to do with this. For instance, if the program that our sister talked about, you're going to the people, you're thinking of how do I make sure that money gets to these people's hands? But the biggest question that should be asked is that what are the real needs that these people have? Is a problem lack of money? Or is the problem also has to do with culture and mindset? And how do we do with that? And I say so because I've been in Kenya in some rural areas and trying to see how we can help people. People think of money, but you ask them, what are you looking for the money for? And then the next thing they tell you is that they need the money for food, for clothing, for all those other things. And then you ask, these people have idle land, access to water, yet they don't see that as a resource that can be unlocked and eventually to give them that money that they need. Because if people can do some subsistence farming and they're able to obtain nearly all the food they need, then they'll start thinking about higher needs. You know, they are still at the physiological level. If they were still thinking of other things, but how can we empower them to unlock the resources that is already at their disposal, to ensure they can get food from their kitchen garden, nearly all the food they need. But sometimes it needs a lot of mindset change for people to see that, because the majority of the people have been changed to become just consumers. They only think, I get the money, go to the supermarket, buy food, I'm satisfied. They won't think, what if I produced this food? What if I planted the cabbages, all the stuff that I need within a small kitchen garden? I'm able to feed my family without even thinking of so many other things. Then other things will come later. So it's to change the economy from the grassroots needs a lot of work than just taking the resources to the ground, and needs a lot of research to understand the culture of these people for you to devise the most effective intervention mechanisms. Otherwise, we in most of our African areas, we don't have shortage of resources. We've had, like in Kenya, NGOs pumping a lot of money, but so long as the mindset remains the same, you don't see the change in those communities. Like Kibra in Nairobi, the slum, for me, it is just used for just raising some funds, but in reality, the real problem is not addressed on the ground. The people living in these slums are young people, strong, capable of working, but who left idle in the rural areas, which they can go back there and do farming and feed their families without a struggle. But when they stay in Nairobi, now it's easier to see that these people really need the NGOs to come around and do all that. If an NGO cannot remains in one community for more than 10 years, then it is not needed there. It's actually doing more harm than good to that community. There is no transformation. Yet we can talk of even over 40 years of NGOs working in Kibra, the biggest slum in East Africa according to statistics. Then you ask yourself, with all the resources pumped here, how come we've not seen transformation in this place? It is because they don't address the actual problem of mindset and culture. They try to cure or try to address the symptoms they can see without addressing the real needs that need to be addressed for the transformation to be felt in that community. It's easier. I've seen in my area what cooperatives and those small micro finances can do for a community. When you bring people together, when you educate them, financial literacy, let them understand why you're doing what you're doing, let them understand how what you're doing links with their real needs on the, that they have. And then from there, the program will be successful. Otherwise, it's possible to pump even billions of money and people remain in the same status. Thank you, Justin.
Thank you so much, Joseph. Thank you for those responses. I think from what you said and what others have said, particularly Paula One's question, I really think even modernity we have not been told or shown how we as rural communities or people that are not so exposed can actually cope in cities. So the lack of really knowing how to cope with urbanization, it's a real problem. And again, many of us, even as pastoralists or whatever you want to call us, we're yet to know really what is our place in this modern setting. For instance, yes, we need services. Many rural communities need water, they need energy, they need health services and education, maybe means of employment. But yet who's going to do that and who's actually doing that. A lot of these NGOs obviously want to help and to retain their relevance. So to the level of wanting to empower people sometimes is also questionable. So hence maybe we need indigenous ones who are here for the long term as opposed to just passing through. But I really think employment is a big thing. And I think there's a lot of idleness as well, because even unless you develop agriculture, people cannot see how it can benefit them. You just do the normal sustenance. And that's the real dilemma, really. Two guys are about to leave us, Andrew and Sahachani. So we just want to give them a chance. Dominic, you'll come in shortly. Let's give Andrew a few minutes and also Sahachani to give us their thoughts, ideas, and to contribute to the discussion. Yeah. So Andrew, over to you before you go to bed, my brother. Thank you so much for joining us. Over to you.
Thank you for having me, Justin. And just to Joseph, thank you for so eloquently explaining the topic to all of us in a way that we can all understand. And I completely agree in that the Dutch disease is a problem, and which is already impacting South Sudan. And the only way to get around this is to find a way to diversify out of just the natural resources. So I'm just going to talk from a very macro perspective, and then maybe as time goes on, we can sort of prescribe more micro solutions to the underlying issue. But as I mentioned, diversification is the way out, and part of, I think, the key pillars in terms of diversifying outside of oil would be, as mentioned, agriculture being a key one. We've seen the food insecurity that's hit the world in the last couple of years when the war has happened in Russia, impacting Ukraine, being a major wheat producer, and the ramifications being felt all the way across the continent of Africa, a continent that has a significant amount of arable land that's not being used at the moment. And to hone in on South Sudan, as Justin mentioned earlier before, we have 33 million acres of arable land that's not being utilized the way it should. But the other key pillar that I wanted to focus on was technology as well, right? Because we have a vast amount of human capital in our youth, not just in South Sudan, but across Africa. I think by 2050, Africa is projected to be the most populous continent, with the youth making up a large amount of that population increase. So we're in the midst of another revolution. So we missed out on the Industrial Revolution through no fault of our own as a continent, but we're now in the midst of a technological revolution. And this is somewhere where a lot of the youth can contribute. So I think when it comes to diversifying out of oil and curing this Dutch disease curse that's impacting us already, I think technology needs to be at the forefront, and initiatives need to come from, I suppose, a lot of us who are in some of the indices like accounting and finance and banking, like Saha as well, but also from within the country. I'll give an example of Rwanda. I was in Kigali not too long ago, about a year ago. They have set up a sort of technological center for excellence in Kigali called Norsken House. So this is a joint venture between the government and a Norwegian startup. And the guy who was leading it is quite a young guy, but what this place is essentially where youth can come, put their minds together, put their ideas together, and try to see how they can come up with solutions for the many problems that are facing our continent. So these are the two main pillars. I suppose you've got tourism as well, but I just wanted to really focus on us not forgetting that technological revolution is happening right now, and Africa is, as a continent, and South Sudan as a country, where we're very well placed to take advantage of this towards propelling ourselves outside of relying on just this one way of making income for the country, being oil. That's all I had to contribute, Justin.
Splendid stuff, Andrew. Thank you so much. And you've actually hit it on the nail. This is the fourth industrial revolution. It's technology, and Africa must really find a way. And all of you guys are doing it already. I think the beauty of some of these conversations really is that like-minded. This is what we're trying to do with the People's Charter. We want economists to come together, business people, IT specialists, and technological experts. Once you come together, you literally talk about the same language. You understand each other, and the minute you put something together, it could become a policy. They may not hear it now, but eventually it will. But most importantly, the biggest challenge is how to safeguard, the likelihood that Africa would have the youngest population, and it should be in a position to literally jump ahead and take over. And in the words of this African, there's a certain African guy, I'm trying to remember his name. Yeah, he's a South African guy called Fred Swankir. He often talks of the need to plan for this 2050, and he's saying it's a time bomb waiting to explode, basically. So it's very important, as not only as South Sudanese but as Africans, to find ways really to address a lot of these issues and to preempt what is likely to be, on our doorsteps, literally. Again, poverty should be something of the past if we're to look at Millennium Goals and other stuff. But again, we want the African leaders to prepare for these young and able members of their society. If they're empowered technologically now, just look how big they could easily, and as some have said, Africa could be the next China if only we could plan well. Yeah. But thank you, Andrew, for your talk. Listen to Sahachini before you go. Sahachini, mic is over to you.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah, thank you.
So sorry, just before Saha goes, right?
Yes,
And
yes.
just to add to that, just the flip side of that coin, when you said the ticking time bomb, is things that we already currently see. So, Joseph might know this. I don't know when you were recently in Kenya, but there's a large youth unemployment problem. It's the same in Juba as well. You go to places like Ibira, as you mentioned earlier. There's a lot of youth with idle time. And if this population continues to increase, the flip side of the coin is you don't want a lot of young people sitting around doing nothing, because that's more or less a recipe for disaster.
No, absolutely. I think Joseph might have, I don't know if he heard you, but definitely, I was in Kenya recently and nothing has changed. And again, is all over Africa, mass unemployment of the youth. They're not being engaged whatsoever. Yeah, but I really think if governments took the view and stop external meddling, and actually we could be food secure, we could be exporting. But again, we've been restricted historically. But again, as a continent, hopefully homes in on each other, joint thinking, if they think jointly, then maybe this is the way. Because there's nothing to prevent us from using this arable land, as you rightly said, Andrew. It's got to be used, and modern technology, as James will tell you. James Yar he works in irrigation and promoting a very viable technology for farming. And if every African country had a chance of using these technologies, we could actually not only be food sufficient, but we could be exporting and controlling the food sector, if not more sectors for that matter. Yeah, but thank you so much. Over to you, Sahachini.
Thank you, Justin. Thank you, Andrew, for those encouraging voices that we need. Very constructive, very edifying. Thank you also, Brother Joseph from Kenya, for sharing all those very detailed technical insights, and the spirit of brotherhood as Africans. Thank you, Dr. Kanita. I've not spoken to you or interacted with you in quite a while. I have not, by the way, just a small parenthesis. I've not forsaken the People's Charter. I've just been engaged with so much research and work, and that has taken a toll on my time. But of course, remember some of the iconic figures and contributors, and of course, we long to see what all of our thinking and labor is going to produce in the future. But just to rebound on the actual discussion, and maybe to give my own conclusion, I think that the understandings, the skills that we've acquired in different professions and in different environments, different parts of the world, are now coming together to rebuild something amazing, not only for South Sudan but for Africa. And I think that so in my particular line of research in human development, the niche sort of section of work that I focus on is the study, analysis, and deconstruction of paradigms for leadership, for development, and things like that. and distinguishing those on a basis which is ideally non-dogmatic, and that allows clarity and conscientiousness on a level that can allow us to look at the past in all its good and bad as Africans, as humans in general, and in the future, in how practical and ideal we can reconcile different sorts of dynamics. You know, one thing that I hope we will not do, I think that the West has given us a lot in this, again, I'm going to use that word very carefully, but we have earned, I mean, the same way that Japan has learned from the West, and that Europe has also learned from the Turks and from the Arabs and from the Indians and so on in classical periods. We also have learned certain things. I think the way forward, not only for Africa, but globally at some point, is going to be a fundamental shift in the definition of how to live, how to cooperate, and how to work. I think Africa can be at the forefront of that because, first of all, on the map, Africa is at the center of the world, right, between Europe, Asia, and Americas. And we're at the junction of so many histories, so many mindsets, so many environments. Emmanuel Todd, a French anthropologist, defined the African model of family building as, quote unquote, the most creative one out of all the other ones that exist on the world. So the Northern European, the Southern Latin European, the Central and East Asian, the Indian and Middle Eastern, the African is quite unique in that. It also comes with its drawbacks. But one of the points that I'm trying to get to is defining what we mean by development. And I think ultimately we should not be caged by the Western norms of development. There are things that are transcendent no matter what, like, for example, defense, for example, food, medicine, those things have to be there no matter what. But we already have solutions that the West, for example, is unable to resolve, or even the East, by the way, with the current models. And in that sense, this is not even a cause of development. It's just our current ontology. Like, for example, defining property, defining health, defining family, all those things take on very, very different implications when it comes to the economy and society. And I'll give you a very basic example. Apart from the large urban centers, in Africa, for example, the problem of homelessness is something that I've simply not seen, right? Now, in the West, that translates itself into massive fiscal expenses by local, state, and national governments. But we don't have the same approach to that problem because we know that the family, the clan, the tribal structures offer that level of protection regardless. You know, an uncle or an aunt, a grandmother, a grandfather will act as social care provider, mentor, and so on and so forth. And those are expenses that are not factored into our economies. And I think that is a strength. The West, however, by virtue of over-individualizing everything in life, over-individualizing development, they're losing some of those natural strength that Africa still has. And even when it comes to religion, you know, I've heard many theologians, Western theologians, mentioning the fact that when it comes to the norms of society, like sort of, you know, construction of the family, concepts like that, it is only the African communities in the West that are still, I'm speaking here specifically of Christianity. We can talk about the other ones some other time. But that are gatekeeping, that are protecting, that are standing firm and uncompromising in how a family should be defined, you know, things to do like gender and so on and so forth. And I think those are strengths. And I think that at some point, not only the West, but the world at large will find wisdom and guidance on developing a new iteration of humanity. And I think this would call not only for experts in the traditional sense of, you know, modern day fourth generation professionals, but also in reconciling philosophers, economists, psychologists, anthropologists, ideally our own, to look at the fundamental problems that still divide us: borders, tribalism, corruption, nepotism, all those type of things, and come up with a fundamental vision that drives us. The same way that at some point the Europeans had the Berlin Conference, which was, again, an ontological exercise to redefine the scope of their military, their economies, and so on and so forth, their regional international relations. Something similar should happen. Of course, they've had centuries of infighting and things like that, and research that sort of allowed that thing to culminate into this redefinition of European dynamics. But a similar thing is relevant for Africa. The only thing that I would warn of is the tendency that some African intellectuals have to completely exclude some of the merits of either Western, Eastern knowledge, assumptions, or ways of looking at certain problems, for example. We have to have a critical look at what is positive and negative in either dimension, and then integrate it coherently, harmoniously, in a way that serves first and foremost Africans, but then ultimately we still live in a world where other people will have to learn from us. The West has been in a zero-sum game for a long part of the time, where it's the West benefiting from most of the world economy. Hopefully we don't repeat that trend by over-concentrating on Africa, but we offer a different iteration of humanity that allows us to truly reconcile, South America, Australia, all parts of the world, in a way that family, work, saving, researching, science is in harmony with nature, with our conception of our own beliefs, and with industry and with science and with further exploration, in a sense. So I think this will be my sort of closing statement. I thank you all for this really wonderful and edifying. I've taken lots of notes, and I'm really feeling encouraged to read further on a lot of the things that were shared. And yes, God bless you all, and looking forward for more from you.
Oh, awesome stuff, Sahatini and Andrew. It was lovely listening to both of you, because you really project the future, in the sense that you are in pursuit of higher learning and higher experiences, but also wanting to insert that and have it relevant to your own people, and so this is beautiful. I know we have to do the necessities, and you're both doing that, but continue to play your role. We definitely need to hear your voices. We need you to even lead and encourage the youth to continue to excel, because there's no time to waste. These are opportunities of a lifetime. You need to be relevant, and you need to make a contribution. And so we know there's a lot of negativity, but still it's good to hear young people that are very focused and excited about all the possibilities. Because again, as you currently just said, Sahatini, we have underestimated ourselves. We have been purposely made to believe we had no history, no culture, nothing. But the world is beginning to recognize that Africa has solutions, that Africa actually is a way ahead in so many sectors. And if it so happened that our resources are needed now, whether because of age, but because of the potential of the the potential of the information revolution, or the fourth revolution, it is only incumbent on us as a society as a whole to really rise to the occasion. And it so begs the question sometimes, why are governments not really doing something? I think the time for yesterday's thinking that we are Kenyans, Ugandans, South Sudanese, it's relevant to an extent, but the biggest agenda is that we've got to have certain alignments for the common good of all of our people, because these borders will have to go, because the world is not going to take us. It's not going to take us. It's going to exploit us again and again and again. We're literally sitting on humongous resources, and if we don't harness it for the betterment of our citizens, other people will want to take it for themselves. So thank you both, and keep up the hard work, and stay positive, and do grace us with your presence as always, if one time allows. Yeah. I'm eager to go to James Yar, because he has a lot of ideas, and he's also very positive about the future. But quickly give to Dominic, and then to James, and then to Kush. Nyabol, you're welcome as well. Feel free to contribute. Yeah, Sahachini, sorry, Dominic, go ahead.
Yeah, here I'm even, pressured by things here.
Mm.
Let it be my also last contribution because I need to go and I wanted to go to the supermarket.
It's okay, my brother. I know you have a lot of challenges there, but this is good. You're doing a great job. Well done.
Yeah, thank you. Let me thank Andrew and this David
Sahachini. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you guys touched important things. And like you have said here, these are some of the things that has to do with our future that is so very near. Because we are living in the era of AI, machine learning, and we are also getting outdated. So here comes, the issue of enterprising capacity that I wanted to stress, education. Because if you look at South Sudan, one of the biggest challenges of our time is that we have a bigger majority of our people are not educated. And that could impact any progresses, because if you are looking about economic literacy, financial literacy, you are talking about cooperatives, these circles the people of Kenyans are doing. It will be very difficult in our cases, because even to understand these concepts and how it factors itself into an individual economical development, it takes a tact to be explained to them. A case in question is, for example, back then, when we used to go to the village, we have a lot of people with cows. And in the village, you cannot distinguish between the rich, and the poor people. One that has 1,000 heads of cattle and another one that has 2, because the village setups and the life they're living is not different. And we're trying to explain them in a simple term that you who have, thousands of cattle, you should have a better life by far than this person, because what you have is actually wealth. It is not only that you look at these cows as for prestige. I have a lot of cows and you are very happy. But what is the economical valuations of these cows to you as an individual, and then to your family, and then to the bigger, society of which you are part and parcel? And it will take us a great deal to, in order to convince our people that the cows that they have is actually an element of an economic prosperity. And that will never go out unless you have education. The usages of, these technologies. Now, if you ask ourselves, for example, how many people are tech literate? They can be able to use these telephones and computers efficiently, such that it can revolutionize their lives. Now, individual people can do their best in order to, upscale their lives. And that is why you will find groups coming here and trying to help. But this help will always be devoid unless the government processes, the government influences comes into it, because government by their standards is supposed to be creating, laws and regulations that favors these people. In other words, their laws and regulations must be judged according to, based on its implementations. And if the people can, decry it, then, it will have to be adjusted here and there. So that is why when we are talking about West and we are comparing this West with African countries, then you can see here in the West is the countries that are living on the basis of taxes. Today we are being heavily taxed, by the blasting deeds, the tax offices. While in Africa, the government does not tax, people are not taxed, And the money that was taxed from the people does not go directly to services. I always say to people that a country that is always constantly under construction is actually Netherlands, because Netherlands is below the sea levels. We don't have stones there. We don't have, mountains. Our ground is not very hard. And so you need to continuously do maintenance. Otherwise, it will cause a lot of accidents. And once you have an accident, then the insurance will come and the government will pay so dearly, because certain responsibilities are just responsibilities of the government, because the government taxed people. So we need to inculcate, and that goes with the future. And that is why I keep on saying always that South Sudan is not devoid of ideas. And if you look and listen to people like Andrew, to people like Sahishini, and a lot of these people that have spoken here, you can really, by just listening, say that, we have potentials. But these potentials must find itself in the intelligence of the government, so that they can be able to be the ones to, put all these brilliant ideas into actions. Otherwise, we will be creating these layers of spectators, managerial spectators. And so, in conclusion, with the Dutch diseases, state capture, if we don't do enterprising capacity or educating people, in another word, then we will be creating a generations of people who does not know what is demanded of them as a right. So it is important that we now have to think critically that one way of trying to salvage these issues of Dutch diseases is to use the excess revenue that comes from this extractive industry, into infrastructural development and education, because education goes concurrently, with this infrastructural development. If you have roads, you need to have engineers to maintain this road. You don't have to rely on, foreign, constructors to come and always, renovate to you the roads that you have. The hospitals need to have doctors, and these doctors must constantly be trained, because one of the fields that is actually developing is the medical field. We may not be seeing it. In the West, they heavily, budgeted sectors is actually the health, because people are constantly doing research here and there. So our mindset must change going forward. Yes, other people outside, like I said earlier, we see what is it that they have done right that makes them prosperous, and what is it that we can be able to learn from them, because situations are different and we cannot copy paste, or carbonically paste what these people have done, because their situations are different, their challenges are different, their mindset, their cultural perspective with issues and the way they look at things is also different. So these were some of the things that we need to really, consider while we look at economy, because economy in and of itself is the allocations of resources, of money, people, time, in order to achieve your growth or development. Where is our people in regards to time, for example? This must be taught. It must be inculcated into the minds of our people. And people have to be literally, trained. And that must start even from kindergarten going forward, because you cannot, like people always say it, teach an old dog a new trick. He will never wanted to accept it. So it has been a very good and nice discussion. I hope next time we will come and discuss something that is of an interest. I have to go and do my, motherly duty now. I run to the market and go and buy stuff for the children, because tomorrow is another day. Thank you so very much, Nyer, and the people who are here.
Thank you so much, Dominic. Thank you so much. If you can just listen to James. James has been is one of the speakers. He's gonna just give a 5 minutes talk maybe, Yeah, then you can go.
Okay, then it's
Yeah,
okay.
James Yar, James Manasseh, go ahead. You know James
James
well.
Manasseh,
This is
okay.
James, our friend.
Yeah, I'd love to
And Gabriel Loy, you'll be next, yeah? Loy, you'll be next. Thank you.
Hello. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, James. Go ahead. And Kush as well.
All
We'll
right.
give you a chance shortly. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. I'm very grateful to be here and listen to the people who preceded me. It's good to hear your voice, Dr. Carnita, after a long time. And Engineer Dominic, Seth, it has been a long time, my brother. So I just wanted to, and also the main presenter, Mr. Joseph, I really learned a lot from you and I really enjoyed it. Thank you very much. So I just wanted to make two points based on what I have heard so far. And these 2 points are global ag scholars and political patronage. So the company that I work for in the US, which is called Bauman Industries, in conjunction with the University of Nebraska at Lincoln, I was part of a team that worked on the concept of global ag scholars. I have been managing a team of graduate students in the agricultural, engineering, and sciences. So these students are from Sudan. I have also met a lot of students from Rwanda and the at the University of Nebraska. So Rwanda has made a tremendous investment in the agricultural sector. 200 students have already graduated in the last 4 to 5 years from this university. So the idea of the global ag scholars is that, and many of the presenters or the people who spoke before me touched on that. So as the global population increases, the agriculture industry is faced with the monumental task of producing more food on existing land. And Africa has the most potential. We have 60% of the arable world's land, right? So that is really tremendous. To me, the challenges of increasing production while effectively and responsibly managing our dwindling freshwater resources. And we have a lot of, rivers, let alone, groundwater, right? Which we have not even tapped into. We must develop leaders on a global scale. That's the idea that we developed, Valmont Industries and the University of Nebraska to optimize agricultural systems. And you guys talked about that in developing nations. Valmont being a global company, and the founder, Robert Doherty, he had this vision long time ago, about 70 years ago, that, the world is going to need more food. As a matter of fact, in the coming 20 to 30 years, we are going to need 70% of the food production today. So we can all imagine that we are in deep trouble if we don't do anything about that. So the University of Nebraska is at the forefront in helping farmers maximize the tremendous potential benefits in irrigated food production that mechanized agricultural systems can offer. So those students, when they come here upon graduation, a cadre of skilled farm managers, independent commercial farmers, entrepreneurs, and representatives of higher education will return to their countries to oversee implementation, operation, and maintenance of center pivot irrigation systems and other irrigation systems too, not only center pivot systems. B, implement irrigation management strategies that will maximize water use and economic efficiencies. And C, transform and accelerate production in conservation agricultural systems. And here, I'm sure you remember when we hosted Dr. Lamek from Kenya, and we talked about that and the RICA, Rwanda Institute for Conservation Agriculture that he helped establish. So that is the first point about the Global Ag Scholars. My second point is about the political patronage. So based on the current politics in our nascent state, South Sudan, where many at least perceive that tribalism is very prevalent or predominant. Therefore, the vast majority of the tribes believe that one or two tribes control and dominate almost all aspects of the economy. Now, I would like to inject the term political patronage to this discussion. Political patronage is a term that has been used for centuries to describe the practice of exchanging political favors for support. It is a system in which politicians or political parties use their power and influence to reward their supporters with jobs, contracts, or other benefits. In many cases, political patronage is used to maintain power, as it creates a loyal base of supporters who will vote for the politician or party in question. However, it can also have negative effects on governance, as it can lead to corruption, inefficiency, and nepotism. Let me read some excerpts from Paul Collier's The Bottom Billion, where he wrote and dedicated a whole chapter about the natural resource trap and the Dutch disease. So here we go. He says, in many societies, patronage politics might be a more cost-effective use of public money to attract votes than the provision of public services. Yet it is too expensive to be feasible. For this strategy to be feasible, the ruling political party has to be able to subvert public funds. Obviously, a key difference between using resource revenues to supply public services and using them to supply private patronage is that patronage breaks all the rules of how public resources should be managed. To finance patronage, the government first needs to embezzle public money out of the budget and into slush funds. If the restraints upon embezzlement are sufficiently tight, then patronage politics is simply too expensive to be feasible. Mr. Joseph or anybody here, feel free to answer this question. And I'm concluding, which is, what do you think about the political patronage in our different African countries in the context of the state capture that you so eloquently spoke about? In other words, how can we break this vicious cycle of political patronage and create a level field for all our different tribes to prosper economically? And with that, I'll stop here, and I apologize if I dragged on a bit. This will be also my final remarks, because I got other commitments that I need to attend to. But I will be keenly listening. Thank you very much. Over to you, Nir.
Thank you, Joseph. No, you didn't. Thank you, James. You didn't dwell. You really were very concise. So thank you for that. I think over to you, Joseph, and everybody, we aim to conclude in the next 15 minutes. So please do bear with us, and we're about to finish. Go ahead, but there will be a follow-up to this discussion next Saturday. So please follow us if you can. Go ahead, Joseph, over to you. And Kush, you're next.
Thank you so much, Justin. Yeah, that was a brilliant presentation by our brother. This issue of political patronage is literally a disease in our politics, and it happens because one of the things that we have done wrong is monopolizing politics, first of all, creating barriers to entry in our politics, which is actually what nurtures that kind of patronage. In this sense, in the Kenyan context, because it's not different, you may have heard recently of our president even trying to increase the number of appointments for some positions we call the CASs, the cabinet, they're just an assistant secretary to the cabinet secretary. Increasing the number, it was pronounced unconstitutional by the court to date. But those individuals are still paid. Actually, the other day, somebody leaked information of them going for a paycheck at the State House because they cannot be paid through the normal channel because they are still unconstitutional to date. Now, we have made, like in the case of Kenya, we've monopolized the politics in the whereby not just anybody who can wake up and vie for some positions. It has to be somebody who is created by the people with vested interests. One might think Ruto was on his own, but he was not. Somebody would think Uhuru, but he was not on his own, because most of them are actually fronted from, by some people with interest, and they finance. If you remember, during 2017 in Kenya, some business people, just had a breakfast one morning to fundraise for the campaign of the president, and during the breakfast, they said they raised 2 billion, which they were donating to the president for campaign. Meaning that president is not independent, and therefore his campaign is financed by people who have already made agreement with him, so that once he gets into power, then he's able to he's able to reward them. Now, this has happened over the years, but the other issue that the other mechanism that Kenya has tried to deal with that issue is having institutions that recruit people to even some high positions in government. Also, president appointees do not get into office directly. They have to go through parliament for vetting. And if parliament is independent enough, even if somebody was being rewarded and they are not fit for the office, they will not pass the vetting process. And we have had people who have failed the vetting process, and
everybody knew they are being rewarded because of their participation, maybe funding the president and so many other things. And the vetting process, if those people, the panelists, are objective enough, they would reject some people. It has happened actually on several people in the Kenyan case, and the president is has to go back and then look for new people to, appoint new people, recommend to parliament. They go through vetting. If they fail, they don't get the job. Now, this was not the case sometimes back. Whatever the president said, that was final. Whoever he appoints, those people goes to the office directory. Nobody is going to question that. We have the Public Service Commission in Kenya, which fills most of the positions in government. Of course, the president is left with some people to appoint, but a big part of the public service personnel, they have to be recruited through that process, through the Public Service Commission. And even that recruitment has to follow what the law, the Kenyan law, calls the regional balance. Regional balance in this case means that Kenya has 40 plus tribes, and therefore we cannot have some tribes dominate government positions. And if the recruitment did not follow those recommendations in the law, somebody goes to court and can stop the entire recruitment process if it did not follow the law, if it does not reflect regional balance, so that it doesn't have to be Kikuyus and the Kalenjins. In the appointments that presidents will do, sorry, you'll always see a case whereby sorry, they are favoring people in those two communities, but still that one is challenged in many ways in court. And when it is challenged, you'll find the president will have to do something to try and balance that, at least to make sure that we have as many people as possible from diverse groups being appointed in political positions. And again here, trying to think of a case whereby, again, we do not compromise on the quality of the people that we want to appoint just to achieve regional balance. We have to make sure also there are people who are qualified, and that is why we have the Public Service Commission prescribing the criteria and the credentials of the people who should occupy certain offices. That is how Kenya has tried to do that, building institutions that are able to deal with that factor, and even making sure that even presidential appointees will have to go through another tier of the recruitment process before they can assume the office. It's very hard to fully eradicate political patronage. We can minimize. I look at it as corruption that, again, no country in the world has managed to eliminate corruption, but it can be minimized to an extent that it is not hampering economic growth in a country. So institutions are key when it comes to dealing with that issue of political patronage. If Parliament is proactive enough to deal with some of these issues, one of the most recent issues being talked about in Kenya is also ensuring that political parties themselves, even their own offices, have to reflect regional balance in Kenya, so that you don't have a party that its entire leadership is from one community. So what do you expect if those people wins an election and they occupy the offices? They'll reward their own people first, and that can be dealt by ensuring even the constitution of political parties themselves reflect some balance in terms of diversity that is in the country. And I know in South Sudan, you're also having the same issue of entitlement of some communities, like we've had in Kenya with the Kikuyus and the Kalenjins feels entitled. They fought for independence. They they have been in government for a long time. They feel a sense of entitlement that they should get a bigger share in government, which should never be the case, because development should always be should be balanced and should trickle down to all the regions within the within the country. So for me, that's a case. It's a matter of, one, having a body that is responsible for the recruitment of public servants and civil servants. Two, ensuring that the president's appointments are not final. They have to go through another tier of vetting, and they can even be rejected at the vetting level. Yeah, thank you.
Hi, Joseph. Thank you so much. Those were brilliant ideas as a way of mitigating the ugly face of patronage. So thank you, James, for that, and thank you, Joseph, for your responses and acknowledging that it's a factor as well in Kenya, but you found ways to fight it. One critical advantage Kenya has, it's its institutions. Considering that they've been ebbed away at, they've actually managed to survive, and I think the civil society should be acknowledged and recognized for that. Yeah. So Kush, over to you, and then you can introduce Gabriel Loy after. Kush, over to you. Yeah.
Yes. Good morning, good evening, wherever you are. Thank you. It's been a very eventful and learningful presentations, and I did learn a lot, and I'm really happy with the amount of the caliber of the contributions that have been contributed into these critical issues that is actually have potential to break the South Sudan, as we know that the looming economical crisis, I don't know if it was looming, but we are already there. So this issue of economy is really the Dutch disease is something that really we should already be past the stages of studying what it is, which people should even know this before we're like over 12 years into our country. So and extract lesson that we could be able to actually extract and implement, so we do not be able to go through this kind of a problem that other countries have faced like long time ago. When you go to South Sudan, you see people having all the latest technology and gadgets. We don't say that, oh, we're a new country, let's start with the telegrams and faxes, and then we move on to the latest technology later on. No, we just jumped right away into the newest, and so we bypass all the learning curve that other countries have went through it, and we went through to the latest technology. So the same thing was the problem. We shouldn't be facing problems that other countries have faced, and not learning from it and trying to avoid it. So this Dutch disease, the Dutch have really have resiliently overcame these issues. That when they discover natural resources, is it the natural natural oil, and they become reliant on it, that which is literally killed. I really apologize. I've been sick for the last few days. My voice is really.
It's okay, Kush. We're happy you're here. Please go ahead.
Yeah. So it's kind of like really literally kill all other industries. So there is no any other industries managed to diversify their economy, and they have really bounced back, and they became really strong. And I'd like to talk about 2 points. A lot of people have really mentioned really great points of how South Sudan could be able to avert this issue of the Dutch disease and improve. But the 2 issues that really struck the chord to me, and that's actually the Dutch have actually masterfully have solved, is the issue of agriculture and tourism. That those are the 2 things that I really focused my few-minute talks. If you compare, I like to compare and contrast. If you compare South Sudan with the Netherlands, South Sudan is 15 times bigger than the Netherlands. You know, South Sudan is 248,000 square mile. The Netherlands is only 16,000 square mile. So it's 15 times bigger. If you look at it in terms of agriculture, the Netherlands are the second exporter of agricultural products, just right after the United States of America. So they beat all other countries in the world, only America. And we could know that because of the sheer size of America, the farming and the technology, but they could have been the #1 in the world. With that small size of theirs, and which is mostly in below sea level, and it's flooded, and you could see that they have these canals that they have to divert the water from one side and divert it back. So the land is literally, compared to ours, there is no comparison. So there is no reasons that South Sudan should be beating the Netherlands in the to be the second. If we can't take America, but at least we should be able to take on the Dutch and be the second exporter of agricultural products. We do have all the lands. James have really gave us a really brilliant presentation on this agriculture and how other countries are really utilizing and learning from it. But as a country, you talk about the numbers. The numbers of the Dutch, their GDP is $1 trillion economy. African entirety is 3 trillion. So Dutch, they are a third of Africa GDP. Comparing to South Sudan, it was 10 billion, which is 100 times bigger. Dutch have 100 times bigger economy than South Sudan. But in terms of agriculture by itself, the Dutch produce 128 billion of agricultural products. If you add the dairy industry, because you have agriculture, you're raising cows, you have some other dairy products, cows, goat, and then from that you could be able to produce cheese and all other dairy products that come from it. The Dutch export 10 billion of just the dairy products. So if you could imagine, this is puzzling. Economy of South Sudan is 10 billion. Just the dairy product from the Dutch is 10 billion. So we literally, all our economy is just a farming, is animal products from the Netherlands. And then if you add the KLM, which is their carrier, national carrier, it's a $10 billion industry. So the KLM by itself, every time you see the KLM, this is an equivalent of South Sudan economy. When you see their agricultural products, this is almost 12 times bigger than our economy. So our target, just as a nation, if you just said, you know what, I just wanted to beat the Netherlands in agriculture and to be the second largest economy, if you don't want it to be the first, just say I wanted to be you can't be the #1 if you can't be the #2. So our goal is to, let's just beat the Netherlands in agriculture. We do have the Nile, we do have the arable land, we do have everything that we do have. And we are 16 times bigger than them. So what the hell that we could not beat them? So as a goal, as a country, let's say we just wanted to be the Netherlands in agriculture product, and that would literally jump our economy from 10 billion to 128 billion. Okay, and then we take on America, and let our grandchildren take on America later on. So this is just in terms of agriculture. You know, you focus on agriculture, and then the dairy that come with it, is producing cheese and all other products that come with it. You literally put yourself into one of the best economy in Africa. You know, but just with agriculture by itself, you could be able to take on 100 Egypt, which is 100 something million automatically. So this is no brainer. We do have the tools. We do have people like James and who have really have the know in and out. And we just hey James, you know what? Let's just you're in charge of this sector. You develop it. Let's just be the Netherlands. Our goal is just to be the Netherlands. You know, for the next 10 years. So this is the first issue. This is the first topic that the second one is the area of opportunities that we do have is the tourism. In terms of the tourism that you really have, we do have a very unique culture, and we do have a very natural attractions in terms of the national park that we have. You know, it's just a mind-boggling. Like the first time I look at the Boma National Park, and you see like thousands of buffaloes just going into like a formation and just like marching like an army. Like when you see those Roman army, like in the movie, they are like going on a formation, and it's just magnificent. And you see them, they're just marching in migrations. It's just so wonderful. We do have the Boma National Park. We have the Bandigilo National Park, the Nimuli, the Shambe, the Southern National Park. All these parks, there is no reason we could be able to add another $2 billion. You know, if you see Kenya, they have like 1.8 billion of tourism dollars that came to them. Let's say 2 billion. So there is no reason as South Sudan could be able to easily overcome Kenya in terms of the $2 billion in tourism with all this natural resource that we have in terms of the national parks and the unique culture. You know, when you think of Kenya, you think about Maasai and the way that they're representing the Maasai, their dress, their dances, and all those things. We have over 64 Maasai in South Sudan. Each one of us is very unique in terms of culture, the dress, the food, the dance, the language, and all those things. And you put them all, there is no reason that tourism will be able to really boost the South Sudan economy. So these two areas, that the agriculture and the tourism, if we just focus on these two, it will put South Sudan into really great economical positions. So I will really not prolong, but this is just the two contributions I just wanted to add. Focus on agriculture, bring the best mind to let them develop, and just have like a goal. You know, if you don't have a goal, you can't beat. You don't know when to reach there. A goal is just to be the Netherlands, to be the second largest in terms of agriculture, and let's just work on that. And in terms of tourism, let's grow this industry, and let's bring all the hard currency, and let's just beat Kenya. You know, let's beat Kenya. Just bring $2 billion. In terms of tourism. So I will stop here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Brother Kush. You've actually not only optimistically advocated, but you've championed the need for economic policies akin towards saying, you know, this is easily achievable. And so thank you for that. And I think these are the conversations we need to have, and there's no limit to the kind of how rich South Sudan is. It just needs the political will, the stability, and the right policies and investment. And again, we live in a technological era, there's nothing that we cannot do, and let alone the failure to use the capacity we have and the people that we are really blessed to have, So definitely, one of the things, not in a negative sense, but we need to also find ways to encourage teamwork, because at times these have been the failures, that you'll have bright minds but they cannot work together. But again, you also need institutions that could be receptive to collaborations and ideas and policy making. Yeah. So thank you for all of that. Yeah. Thank you, Brother John. You're very welcome, and also Nyebol, you're very welcome. I've listened to your great interview recently. And we're delighted to have you here. We'll email you shortly, but also share your WhatsApp with us, and so we could keep you in the loop when it comes to future events. Again, we had a look recently at the role of media in governance, and we probably will have a look at that. But in your case, you're an educationalist as well, so it's awesome. Keep up the good work and the strength and resilience. Keep it up. Yeah, thanks. Joseph, over to you. Sorry, John, where are you?
Yeah, I'm here. Thank you so much.
Go ahead. Yeah,
It's been a very educated forum. My name is John Taban. I am a global health specialist. I'm in the UK currently, but I've lived in Kenya for most of my life and went back to South Sudan for about 4 years. I made some comments in the group and the chat regarding my input on a few things, and I want to reiterate here. For instance, a question about political patronage and corruption, I would say. If we compare to Kenya, currently the stage that Kenya is, I would say, quite more advanced in terms of evolving from the area or the situation that South Sudan is at. I would put this back to the image of Kenya when it was ruled by President Jomo Kenyatta, the father of Uhuru Kenyatta, and the second president of Kenya, Daniel Toroitich arap Moi. So these are two people who patronized the country. They got most chunks of lands, properties that belong to the public, and it has been in their names and family names, and now it's owned by families. So literally, that's the stage our country is at. And if we would learn from there, it would help us change a few things about our country. By then, they had very weak legislature, they had very weak judiciary, which are two very important organs that keep check on the executive. So if you look at South Sudan currently, we're having the same problem. Our legislature is not as good as supposed to be. Secondly, our judiciary is struggling to stand on its own feet. This is a judiciary that cannot actually question or cannot turn down or cannot even dispute any decisions that come from the executive. So if you look at that, there is a very big need for us to strengthen these institutions that keep the government in check. Until we have that in place, the idea of patronage is gonna be there, and sadly, it's gonna be there for a very long time. So we will need to work very hard and ensure that when we have representatives in the House of the National Assembly, they are for the interest of the people. So currently, with the constituted National Legislative Assembly, we have most of these people appointed by either the president or by the vice president. None of them represent the will of their own people that they represent. They actually represent the will of the people who appointed them. You don't bite the hand that feeds you. It's the situation we are in. And that's why it's very important that a day that will have members of parliament elected by people and representatives in their own constituencies, it will make it easy for us to be able to chant our voice, and our voice will be heard in governance, basically. That is regarding the checks and the patronage. And Usually we say, if we are together, we've agreed on things, you've supported me, I'll always give you back. There's always a handback. And that's where this patronage comes from. If you supported me way before my election or my nomination or my selection, then I'll not leave you. And in a way, it comes at the cost of the majority, the public, the very people who need the requirement or the support. So that's in terms of the patronage. Now, moving on to agriculture, I've lived in South Sudan. I come from an area where people, it still remains as the food basket of South Sudan currently. Maternally, I come from Magui, and Magui still remains one of the places that South Sudan actually get a lot of its food from currently. It supplies a lot of the agricultural produce to Juba. And it is undeniably the only stable place that is supporting the population, but it's not visibly enough or powerful enough to support everyone or support the population that is in South Sudan. Now, for us to really offer good agriculture, we know it goes down to amenities. We need roads, connections from farm to the market. If I can produce goods in whichever part of the country and not transport them to the market, then definitely it is not worth it. So we need roads, connections to go there. Now, number two, you need stability. You need the peace. You need somebody to be somewhere. When you're confident that you're going to farm, you are sure that you'll be farming. You won't get attacked. You won't have to lose your properties. You're not skeptical about anything. So you go in investing heavily and ensure that you are safe to conduct your business as usual. So until we are able to have stability in the country, it's still very hard for us to venture into production of agricultural produce for local consumption as well as export. So these two things come way before that. And somebody also spoke about education. Education is very essential. Until somebody knows what they need to do or need to have in place, that is the knowledge about what they need in place, they are not able to do it by themselves or even aim for it or strive for it. I'm happy to see that we have young people, energetic, powerful, and knowledgeable out here, especially South Sudanese, who would go back home and transform this. But for us to go back home and transform this, we will also need to make the environment amicable for all of us to succeed and push the country forward. Now, I believe that if we diversify our economy, not relying on our currently main known source of income, which is the petroleum, we have a lot of non-petroleum revenues that we would collect from everywhere. You go to the eastern part of the country, a lot of gold, people mine there, and it's been illegal mining, and there is nothing in place to ensure that when somebody mines gold or sells, there is remittance that goes to the government. None. We just have local arrangements, we have the money, and we get away with it. And at that point, it leaves even the community from which those resources are extracted, they are left to suffer. And if we could remit it back to the government in ways of taxes and revenues, those revenues will go back to giving services to the people on ground. And as much as we will get the income, we'll also be raising the standards of living for people and for anybody who lives in that particular area. I know that I came extremely late and people are almost gonna go away. I think I would take less than a minute now to just put up what I think is going to be achievable. For us to move, I would always say we will need a goal that is realistic, a goal that we can achieve. So we will always need to start from one step. What is it? Which particular step can we take into the right direction to ensure that we are free of this Dutch disease, So it's all about setting goals that we are sure we would take and go way beyond. We can look at Uganda. Uganda is not really supplemented in terms of natural resources. They don't really have as much as South Sudan does. If only we have stability in place, we could overtake Uganda in like 10, 15 years. it's very possible. But now we will also need to know that we would have to do it by ourselves. It's all about doing what we can do for ourselves. I mean, doing what we can do when we have the chance, and let somebody finish the goal that we aim to do. The idea, that's where the idea of teamwork that I had from the story that spoke before me comes in. Is the idea of being able to be like, oh, I've started this, and if you can pick it up from where it is to move forward, it's gonna be great. So if you look at all the projects in South Sudan, most of them, whoever who starts the project wants to finish it. If he has not finished it, whoever who comes in restarts their own project, forgetting that there was an initiated project that needs to be completed. If we will start completing what other people started and share the credit than wanting to be victorious our own way, then we will not develop as a country. This is where the idea of having teamwork and continuity comes in, and is very, very important. So as we go in as young people, we go in as very vibrant people, we will always need to have anchoring the future and being able to hand it over to the next person whenever our time comes. And that's what I would say needs to be in place. It doesn't matter what capacity you go in, but you should be ready to embrace change and embrace new ideas, embrace new people who come in, and they might take things very easy, make it easier for general success. Thank you so much, guys. And yeah, I have enjoyed the conversation. It's been wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you so much, John. You made up for lost time, and thank you for all those contributions and advocating solutions. You know, we need to be solution orientated, but we also need to be positive about where we are, not to lose hope or think it's a dead end. So you've exemplified all of those, and you and I work with the South Sudan Community Initiative in UK and Ireland. So it's lovely to have you here with us as well. So thank you, John. Now we're gonna conclude, but we need to give Gabriel, though. Gabriel's no longer here. I wanted to give Gabriel a chance, but I think he's gone. James, if you can pause the question that we normally will use to exit. So if you can today. Sorry for the short notice, but it's you're an expert in finance and economic issues. So if maybe you or Kush, one of you guys can come up with a or Matata, my friend Nicola, any of you guys, if you have a question that we can close the session with.
Unfortunately, I'm not an economist, and my knowledge has sort of defeated me, or lack of knowledge for that matter. I'll leave it to the other two. Thank you.
Okay, don't worry, and neither am I. But
just for the correction, the question we're asking is just a positive to end
something positive, but linked to economics or economic viability.
So we could be able to end it in a positive note.
But it should resonate with the discussion. Yeah. Okay, maybe I can pause it. If South Sudan had to diversify its economy, what should it and again, if we had to diversify our economy, who would we emulate that under, and what could that diversification be? What is the magic ingredient that will take us out of an oil dependent economy? Sorry to jump in, it came suddenly. Sorry, Kush, go ahead.
No, I just wanted to. I always came out with something, but that's fine.
No. Go ahead if it's interesting. Yeah. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. What is it? Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know who's in charge of the economy of South Sudan is, but if you are that person, I don't know if that Minister of Finance or the central banks, or if you are that person, what are the three things you would do in your first, to be able to change South Sudan? But I don't know who's in charge. Is there only one person that is in charge of it?
It's normally the finance minister, but obviously he cannot do anything without the president or the presidency.
Right. So if you're that person, what would you do?
Okay. Yeah, we passed that to Joseph to begin with. Joseph, what is the magic ingredient to change things? So you're talking of economic recovery, or what are you saying, Kush? or just to diversify from oil?
Right. Yes, to diversify from oil. But if you are that person who is in charge of that South Sudan economy, what are the 3 things you will do to diversify the economy?
Probably, yeah. Okay.
Justin, can I
Yeah,
come
yeah,
in with my
we're
question?
wondering where you were. Yeah, Dr. Gabriel, we wanted to give you a
Yeah, sorry,
chance even. Yeah.
sorry, my internet has not been stable at all. I think
Okay.
there's been cutting me off.
Wonderful.
So I miss actually more than.
No, yeah,
But,
make your contribution and then respond to the question. Yeah, please do. Yeah, thank you.
Just to supplement what Kuj had said, I just want to add my question. But to begin with, let me say that it is very obvious for South Sudan. It's obviously a question of moving away from depending on oil to agriculture. How do we do that? I think is the main question. Changing the mindset of the government. The government must do the macro prerequisite for people to involve in agriculture, that is providing the security, the accessibility, the agricultural input, the relevant training, and all those. But at the micro level, at the grassroots level, and this is where I wanted actually to ask Bwana Wamweri Mugai, in terms of changing the mindset of the people at the grassroots level, assuming that the government has provided the needed security, the accessibility, and everything. How do you change the mindset of the people to start depending on themselves? I know Kenya has been a success story, especially the central province, the Mount Kenya and the area related to Mount Kenya have been really successful in terms of people depending on themselves agriculturally, and they are able to produce their own food and those products and make money out of it. I heard earlier Bwana Wamweri talking about the Kibera. I've seen Kibera myself, and the much resources that are being pumped into that part of Kenya by NGOs, but nothing is happening in terms of the individual progress of the community of Kibera. So what has been the strategies of the Kenya, especially the successful areas like central province, in terms of changing the mindset of the people to start depending on themselves and produce for themselves and be part of the engine of the economic growth, rather than just sitting back and wait for the NGOs, and which is actually a terrible phenomenon now in the republics of South Sudan. Those will be my quick questions to Bwana Joseph. Back to you, Nyer, and the team.
Wonderful. Thank you, Dr. Gabriel. Thank you for that input. And I think it rhymes. You've responded to Kush's question, I hope. And then Joseph, over to you.
Thank you so much, Justin. Those are very good questions. I come from that region that he has referred to, Central Kenya. It's an issue to do with one, culture, because in Central Kenya mostly it has been that culture of people knowing that they have to work for themselves and not necessarily wait for the government to provide for them. One, the government actually doesn't have such a role to provide. The work of the government is to create an environment that is favorable for people to work for themselves. Back to that question, and in as much as I can relate to the people of Central Kenya, leaders play a very significant role in shaping the minds of the people they represent. When you go to Kibra, the slum, you will be surprised that nearly
80% of the people who live in that slum, they are people from the region where Raila Amolo Odinga comes from. He has been the key leader of those people for many years. And the only question you would ask yourself is, what has he been telling them? The gospel has been, we are poor because we have been disadvantaged. We are poor because I have not been in the leadership. We are poor because the government favors other communities, which is not really the case. Now, what that does to people is to think that what they need is with someone else elsewhere. And they do not see the resources that are at their disposal. You'll be surprised that fish, the region where Raila Amolo Odinga, for example, comes from in Kisumu, it is known for the production of fish. But come to Nairobi and go to the major hotels where fish is consumed, you'll be surprised that fish that you find there is supplied from Kiambu in central Kenya. And the fish there is what is farmed in fish pods because people know they can fish. That's why they can do fish farming and they can supply that to the hotels within Nairobi. Yet Nairobi, Kiambu and central Kenya do not really have the advantage that the people in Kisumu have in terms of fish farming. For them, it's a matter of fishing from the lake and then find a way of bringing that fish to the market. But you find somebody in Kiambu who has to invest in a fish pod, which is expensive, is beating them in the market when it comes to the supply of the same commodities. But it's all about culture. Now, if we were to change the culture, that's why earlier when I was talking about taking some programs to the people, there's a lot to be done to change the mindset. If we say people are hungry, are they hungry because the government has not provided, or are they hungry because that is what they have made to believe? And then how do we make sure, first of all, they use the resources they have at their disposal to provide for themselves? Central Kenya, one of the key things that drives the level of independence and autonomy is subsistence farming. People knowing I can feed myself from my small farm. I can feed myself. I can plant crops enough to feed me, so that if there is anybody who finds a job elsewhere, whatever money they get is not actually to buy food. I've lived in Nairobi for a long time, but the interesting thing is that every time I drive to my rural area, I come back to Nairobi with a lot of food. In other words, I don't take food to the village because the subsistence farming, they have enough, more than they need for their own consumption. So I'm able to even carry food back to Nairobi from the rural area. And not because they have a lot of resources. Maybe I will inject some little money because they need money to buy a cow. But to take care of the cow, they have all the resources that they need in that community. There's a piece of land, there's some water, whether it is the wells that we have dug, or whether it is the rivers down there where they can fetch water. They're able to feed the cow. They're able to produce 2-3 liters of milk. Of course, majority produce 10 liters of milk and more, even in their small farms, and they're able to sell part of the milk, they consume part of it. So the cow is able to sustain itself. The cow is able to buy its own feed. It's able to produce manure that is used to grow crops for subsistence farming there, because you can never develop a country when the population is hungry. Two, the government cannot feed the population. Where will the resources come from? And the government has only one source of income, tax. If they do not get it through tax, they borrow. The other source of income it has to diversify is to see whether the parastatals and other institutions can generate some income also for the government. So it's a cultural issue to teach people and to make them know what you need is food. But that food is not with the Ruto, that food is not with Kagame, that food is not with Museveni, that food is not with Salva Kiir. That food can be obtained from where they live, that small farm they have there. Cassava, sweet potatoes, arrowroot, all those things, we grow them in very small areas in our communities. And most people in the cities, they actually carry food. No, they carry food from the villages when they are coming back to Nairobi. Literally, the villages feed us in central Kenya. We support in one way or the other, but they literally feed us in the cities. It's an interesting concept. Where in some other region, you realize that whoever is working in town has to buy food for their mother in Kisumu, in their mother in another region, but go to Eastern, go to Central, you will realize that it's the other way around. In as much as there's a lot of support we give to the rural areas, there's a lot of resources we also draw from those rural areas. So it's a matter of how can we teach these people to change their mindset and to know we can actually produce our own food from the resources we have. If we have not harnessed the benefits from the resources that are already in the rural areas, then there is very little we can take there. But the resources we take there, if we do not take them in a way to harness the benefits that are already there, then we will take money like we pump the money in Kibra in Kibra in Nairobi, and at the end of the day, the community remains the same because the mindset never changed. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Joseph. Would you attribute that thinking to Ubuntu? Because many of you guys are Bantus, and Bantus do have a governing principle of the necessity of each and everybody depending on each and everybody or in each other. Yeah?
Actually, that is a very strong factor in whatever happens within the central Kenya region. Mount Kenya in general, people, Bantus have that culture of working together for our own good. The Ubuntu, I am because we are, we work for not only for ourselves, but we work together because together we are able to achieve more. I mentioned to Justin that the interesting concept in Kenya based on that Ubuntu and that culture in central Kenya, and actually not only in central Kenya, when you go to part of Kisii and part of the Luya community, you'll find the same thing. They also have a very high level of independence in terms of, working for themselves, especially the Kisiis. They do that a lot. And also in terms of that, the Kalejins, where the president comes from, they're also very dependent people. I believe they also have that kind of a culture where they believe in working for themselves and making use of what is at their disposal. In Kenya, nearly all the local banks that you'll see, Equity Bank, Cooperative Bank, Family Bank, Unitas, those local banks started from one community. All of them started from very small microfinance institutions in one community. But because of that culture of Ubuntu that definitely we embrace there, those banks grew. Today they have become even global institutions. Yet they started from that small region. So there's a lot that culture can do in terms of transforming even the country and the institutions that we will be, that we are trying to talk about and see how they can be established in South Sudan. But one other thing that we know is that culture can be inculcated. I always tell people you cannot indoctrinate a culture, especially a positive culture. You can inculcate it over time by teaching people, helping them understand it is a better way to live. And at the end of the day, it plays a very key role in in economic development. Maybe one thing I can mention, Justin, and I don't know in South Sudan and the communities how they whether we have the same kind of scenario in South Sudan. You have a community that is like the Mount Kenya, the Kikuyus and the Central region, and others who have a different kind of mindset when it comes to development. One of the things you would see in Central Kenya, the same people, you'll find that when you come to Central Kenya region, probably you'll find only people in that region who invested, you'll find them in that area. But when you go to other communities, go to Kisumu, go to Mombasa, go to any place you mention in Kenya, you'll find that the same people from Mount Kenya region are the people who owns businesses. They are the small scale vendors. They are the big business owners because of the culture, nothing else.
Yeah, thank you,
Because
Joseph.
they go and invest in different areas and they help in growth. So it can be replicated in other areas. Yeah.
Absolutely,
Yes,
absolutely.
it is very interesting. It is very interesting you are raising that because I also stay in Kenya for some time, and I have many friends from Central Province, Kikuyu mainly, and Meru and Embu, and this culture of entrepreneurship. I think. Sometimes I'm tempted to think that maybe it is inherited because they would say in Kenya that a Luo guy and a Kikuyu guy will graduate the same year, get employment the same year. 6 years later on, you will find a Luo driving a very big car, spending all his money in renting somewhere in Kileleshwa or in Westland. But you will find that Kikuyu, this of his who is a Kikuyu, investment and things like all over the place, driving a very simple car, but he's investing a lot. So I think and if you can see here in South Sudan, we are a typical example of how we know how to spend more than investing. You find somebody driving the latest V8, the latest Land Cruiser, while he doesn't even have a house. To start with, Justin. So I think what Bwana Joseph is saying is true. Is the element of culture and also the elements of us accepting dependency. I find that as nilotic, we actually we are kind of encouraging the dependency. I know Central Province in Kikuyu land especially, children may be independent as early as 16, 17 years old, renting their own places, working part-time. Even if they're at the university of the high school, they go and do part-time jobs and they provide for themselves. As opposed, and when you go to, and I have been there, as you go to Kisumu, you find somebody who is 35 years old and is still staying with the dad. So I think there is element of we believe in this extended family, and you have to cater for people, you have to provide for people for you to be to be a leader within the community, you must provide, you must give people. That is not the culture in Central Province, and especially among the Bantus in general. So I think there is the element of both the culture and the traditional belief within the given societies. Back to you.
Absolutely. Just before Kush comes in, Kush, I'll let you go in a second.
Can I quickly comment on that?
Okay, go ahead.
My experience from I'm from Juba. My parents are from around there, and exactly what our guest speaker Joseph was describing is happening or was happening when I was last in Juba in 2020. We drive out to the village, we come back and we bring food from there into Juba. So the real issue with our situation in South Sudan is the political insecurity. It's really the only thing that is sort of like blocking us from moving forward, because I think our people are very proud people. No one wants to be fed. Most of us, they work hard to actually produce, and if they have to sell something, they're selling because they just want to buy some salt or something like that. But they are hardworking people. It's only the insecurity. I'm sure if there's security, the political security is there, I think most of us can go and happily live in our places. And another economical aspect that probably Joseph might sort of consider is the fact that well, the purpose of the government is really not to provide, but to create an environment. And that environment at the moment in our case in South Sudan is concentrated in the big cities. So the environment, conducive environment, if you go into Juba, you'll probably have lots of people doing business. But the government has confined that environment, the conducive environment for business, to places like Juba only and not beyond. So instead of pulling people into Juba, it would make sense if the government actually took the amenities to the communities where they are, because that way we will build like stable economies, but also keep people where they would feel this: I'm home, and they will also sort of appreciate their nation, because if you're at home, you don't have to worry about your security. And if that's happening, businesses that come and try to do, companies that want to do business in South Sudan, they'll not only be confined to Juba, they will actually be sort of directed. Okay, we haven't invested in that area, we haven't done so and so in, say, Bor. Let's put a plant there for dairy products. Terkeka, let's put a farm there or something like that. And so I think from that point of view, I see the government as a delegator and less of provider. And if our government can actually sort of adjust itself to fit into that position of delegating and taking the jobs or taking the amenities to the people where they are, then in no time we will probably even catch up with Holland in less than 15 years. That's my contribution. Thank you.
That was a great contribution. Thank you so much, my brother Nicola. You're very right. And again, it rhymes with what Dr. Gabriel said earlier, that if there's security, if there's the ability for people to move around, as you've just mentioned, we have that same culture. I would like to believe, Joseph, and Kush, I'll let you in a second, that as Africans, we generally are a communal society. But the distinction, as somebody described, there's a gentleman called Mabigi. He says actually Ubuntu has 5 principles. Ubuntu is also called Wamuntu, Wabuntu, and it's called Mubuntu. Mubuntu is Ubuntu with U, but with an M, and also with a U. It's spelled in so many with W, yeah, with a W. So it's spelled in so many different ways. But he mentioned that it's about survival, it's a spirit of solidarity, it's about compassion, respect, and dignity. It's also mentioned that Ubuntu is the philosophy that supports collectivism and individualism. Now, compared to most of us in South Sudan, and as Brother Matata said just now, Nicola, I guess it's the dependency culture. We went into a war situation for so many years, so it actually took away some of our broad independency, which is what Dr. Gabriel is saying. We're never so dependent. Yes, we look after our own, but there's also an expectation of you, the individual, to do your own thing. For instance, in the Nilotic heartland, yes, there's a limit to how much I can help my nephew, but my nephew must also help himself. We as a society, there will come a time when we'll help you as a clan, let's say, but there's a sense of responsibility on you, the individual. So I think where the Bantus probably have an edge on us, it's the emphasis on collectivism to a great extent, more than us to an extent, and equally on individualism. But we also have it. But I guess war has robbed us, and we haven't really rediscovered ourselves, and we need to do that. Yeah. Over to you, Kush. I wanted to add, but this is psychism. I also feel that if somebody's if your tribe rules, it gives you a certain sense of privilege. Unfortunately, some of our big tribes in South Sudan, because of their numerical advantage, we're beginning to behave as if we're more better than anybody else. No, it's just that we psychologically feel more privileged, or by virtue of our people being there, we become privileged. So also that mindset helps. It makes people go a bit funny. And I guess with the Laws, who are cousins, which Gabriel said, they behave like us. We like to show off a lot. We like to always, we're very, we want to be visibly better than others. While as probably, and he's rightly observed, among the Bantus, there's planning for the future more than here and now and showing off. Maybe a sense of wanting to hide what you have. You don't have to show off. But we are a bit more apparent and like to show off. And I think it's among all the Nilotes, but it varies from group to group and so forth. Yeah, go ahead, Kush. Joseph,
yes, thank you. I would just wanted to have like a quick interjection, and hopefully that Brother Joseph can be able to just quickly answer. We have this in South Sudan, the stereotypical that, oh, we can't do farming because there is no security. Therefore, we will wait until all the security is finished, then we will do farming later on. Is that kind of like versus if you know, but the same people who are saying that, they are the same people who are building houses in Juba, are buying very expensive cars in Juba, and doing a lot of things, but agriculture, and trying to justify that we can't do anything for agriculture because there is no security. But yet you're doing all other things that are even more expensive than doing agriculture. Rather than just taking if you just take a seed in your hand and you just throw it into a farmland and just let it grow, it will produce. So I just wanted this is kind of like a really justification for not farming, even for a small scale, just to feed yourself. Is that really like a reasonable explanation, Brother Joseph?
I would it is interesting that the people who would speak of there not being security, that's why they can't farm, are people who actually don't need to farm to eat. But the local people, it affects even the way the other people think about. But the question is, if I'm doing my own small farm to feed my family, will the rebels come and take over? Would they come and uproot my plant? Would they come and steal food from my farm? Or what kind of insecurity are we talking about? And again, if the community people are busy doing farming, everybody is doing something on their own to feed their own family at whatever scale, then the aspect of insecurity is no longer there, because the biggest insecurity is food insecurity. You know, when people have food and have everything, they no longer bother much about what else happens, you know. But of course, the people who feel the aspect of insecurity are those people who are not struggling, those who would talk about it. In most cases I've seen, there are those who do not struggle to get food for today. But the common citizen in the rural area, the biggest insecurity for them is food. Do they have food for today evening? If they don't have, they don't think about the gun. They will think about, where do I get food, you know? And that's why I said sometimes leaders are the biggest problem. And some of the narratives they drive, they affect even how people think. They can speak to people until people cannot sleep in their houses because there is insecurity. But for me, if everybody is engaged in some level of economic activity at whatever small scale for their own subsistence, then other many problems to do with what would be called of security and all that will be dealt with. But people who are doing maybe commercial farming and all that, they can talk of insecurity and so many other things. But whoever is doing farming to feed themselves, I don't think that will be a very big issue. I see in some very rural areas in Kenya, because everybody is doing something, not that they have a lot of money, but everybody is busy. Somebody is farming French beans, another person is doing bananas. You'll find people have kept their bananas, even 30, whatever of bananas on the road. They will stay there for 3 days until there's a lorry that will come and pick them, and nobody will steal, because everybody has that little food in their house. They also have their own bananas. So why do they steal the banana? They won't steal the banana, you know? So I think it's at the level of leadership, there's an aspect of justification that we are not able to do 1, 2, 3 because there is insecurity. Who will come and steal my kitchen garden and take away the food that I had for my family? Will the rebels come and do that really in the house? I don't know. Maybe the situation is different from the way we talk about it, but
Yeah.
I think there is a level of justification. Yeah.
Well, can I just maybe you haven't got we haven't updated you, but in South Sudan, the issue is.
Sorry, go ahead, Nicola. Go ahead,
Yeah.
Nicola Matata.
You do a cultivation, you plant your whatever you plant, and someone comes with cows and the cows eat your stuff. That's the insecurity I'm talking about. I'm not talking about anything else. It's if you cultivate and you happen to have an unfortunate interaction with cattle herders, the cattle herds, they herd them onto your cultivation. That's insecurity for you. How can you continue cultivating in that situation? That's the kind of insecurity I'm talking about. I'm not talking about like politically trying to frighten people about. No. That's for the politicians. Is the insecurity of the guarantee whether after you've cultivated you will be actually able to end up harvesting what you cultivated. That's the insecurity I was referring to in terms of agriculture. That's what I wanted to highlight. Yeah.
Thank you.
Totally
Maybe
agree.
I can respond in a few seconds, and then we settle that.
Okay, go ahead, Joseph. You want to respond? Or?
Yeah.
I wanted just to add to that. There is definitely insecurity. It's more about law and order. It's, for instance, somebody can come and abuse me, or like Matata said, somebody can come and abuse somebody who clearly is just minding their own business because the law is not there. And so these are the problems. So in as much as it's at the level of the individual, it's also at the level of the village, because there are communal wars. Sometimes there are also, people with guns. So all of this are the problems. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. And now I get to understand that insecurity here is basically the lack of law and order, even at the lowest level of governance in the community. And I don't know how the administrative structure works. In Kenya, we have at the most local level, we have the chief and we have the sub-chief. And then we have under the sub-chief, we have another unit we call in Swahili, we call it Nyumba Kumi. Nyumba Kumi means an organization of 10, whereby there is a smaller unit in the village where there are 10 men selected who are responsible for addressing the issues of insecurity there. And they if somebody will do something like what you just described, the cows comes and destroys your crop, you report to them. And because they are also based in that same area, they have witnessed what has happened. They can collect information. They escalate that to the chief. The chief is given police officers, and they are able to enforce some laws, and they force those people to compensate for the damage that has been caused. So it's a matter of probably having an even lower tier of a security structure to address the issues at the lowest level in the village. The reason why we in Kenya they brought in what I just described as Nyumba Kumi, the goal was that for the assistant chief, they can have their own structures whereby we have every 10 households, there are people who are responsible for the security within the 10 households in that village. There are some people who addresses the issue there. Whenever there is theft, whenever there is all those other things, they are able to investigate and know who did what where, and then they're able to address that. They are given some level of some power to deal with those law and order breakers there. So that's how maybe I don't know whether from the regional commissioner, police commissioner to the police post, from the police post the chief, from the chief to the sub chief, from the sub chief to the smallest unit in every village. That is how Kenya enforces that, and we have actually dealt with issues of insecurity at the rural areas, because it's easier to even investigate and know who did what.
No,
and that has restored a lot of order in the communities, that even the security agencies in higher levels, they don't even have to know that something was already dealt with, and law and order was restored in a given area.
Absolutely. I'm inclined. I want us to conclude, guys. So we time is running. Let me just quickly say this. Joseph. I think definitely Kenya's been more stable. We haven't had much stability really, and so it's been a bit of an issue. But the other thing I wanted to mention with reference to farming is that it's perceived in general as a poor man's sector. So but people don't really see the true potential of it, which is I think is one of the hindrances. Going back on that, somebody just opened their mic, and then we will conclude after this with a quick 1 minute. Quick 1 minute to everybody. Go ahead, Gabriel. Go ahead, Gabriel.
Justin. Yeah, I was just going to come in on the same thought you have just mentioned. Kenya is completely very different from South Sudan, Bwana Joseph, and the insecurity we are talking about here is real. Is a real one, because currently now, as we speak, almost everybody is armed in the Republic of South Sudan, except myself, of course. I have never carried a gun.
If you want to declare something, we're willing to hear.
I have never carried a gun, and I even don't know how to use it. But that is real. Let me give you an example. Before 2013, Joseph, because you may not necessarily have an insight of South Sudan. I come from Lagos State. Myself and Justin, we come from Lagos State. I would drive from Juba before 2013. I would drive myself alone, or even with some 2 or 3 people in the car, all the way to my village. I can no longer do that now. Yeah, so that's the insecurity we are talking about. Back to you, Justin.
Absolutely. So I think we want to conclude now. So we will quickly go around. Ida, we haven't heard your voice. We haven't heard Newball either. And then we will go 1 minute for everybody, and we want to conclude. Yeah. And Flora, welcome back. Ida, go ahead.
I'm so glad that you've picked me first because I wanted permission to leave. I mean,
No, I'm intuitive. I felt you about to leave. Yeah.
yes, I mean, it has been such an interesting discussion, and I really thank you. It's just I have to go out, and then there's another Zoom later, so I need to move. But it has been so good, and I thank you for all the information I've learned today. Thank you all.
Lovely, Ida. Please share with us your contact details.
Well,
I believe you're from GAC.
GAC,
GAC.
yes.
I remember you. I think I
Yeah.
remember you there. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, I will look.
So
I will
that's
look
how
for
I
you.
got. That's how I found out about this
All right.
today because I happened to see it. So I thought, okay, let me see what you're talking about. So thank you.
Wonderful. Please do come and share with us your ideas. We want solutions and help
Well, no,
solidarity.
what I've heard today has been very inspiring. So thank you.
Oh, wonderful, Ida. Thank you. God be blessed. Yeah. Newball,
And
over
you
to
all.
you. Thank you.
Bye-bye then.
Bye-bye. All the best. Yeah. Newball.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. I have been mostly listening because I'm here to learn from all of you who have knowledge in the economic sector of the world and South Sudan. In terms of answering the question, how can we diversify the economy? My family moved to America as refugees, and we've all worked really hard to be where the Americans are in terms of career readiness and education and whatnot. Like we've done what we've told the American government we would do when once we arrived here in the United States. I believe in empowering individuals for the improvement of their lives in the economy sector. I think that I like to think of it as like a pyramid, right? You have the top 1% making most of the money at the top, but it's the people below them that are feeding them, right? Like it's the oil we buy. And speaking of improving technology as a way to reduce that dependence on oil, how about investing in electrical or solar power technology, so that people aren't always putting money into an industry that only serves the politicians, right? So that's one way to do it. Also, why not find, like most of you have talked about agriculture, why not find another way to create dependence on the agriculture, so that we're growing our own food and we're back to the beginning where we didn't really need cities like Juba and Nairobi, because I don't believe that system works for the people. It only works for private sectors and people who can actually afford to bring up high-rise buildings, and people who can afford to buy electricity and attract tourists to stay in nice hotels and that sort of thing, right? But in my opinion, the true beauty hasn't really been touched yet, and that's in the villages. Most Americans, especially white people, they tend to leave the cities because the cities is where ordinary people like myself, I see when I would see Africans or African Americans proud of the cities that they didn't build, right? Or the roads that they didn't build and aren't really providing for their families. To me, that's a disservice to the people, because we're proud of what somebody else built. You cannot be proud of what you were not a part of. So in terms of educating and education, turning people away from being proud of somebody else's invention and instead learning how that invention came into place, to me that's that's more valuable than, you know, like posting the city on Facebook and I'm proud of how far we've come, yet we have people starving on the street, you know, that's, which is to me is totally unacceptable. So I'm hoping that someday, like, I'll be able to elaborate more on my beliefs here, as my experience with investing in you know, investing on the bottom of the pyramid comes into play. You know, I use my story, my refugee story, to help empower not just my people, but like Americans as well. And I think empowering each other begins with the diaspora, right? Like, I think the groups who've started, like the WhatsApp group that I've been invited to, you know, I don't think I would have ever been in this Zoom meeting if it wasn't for Africa World Books inviting me to be part of that.
Loyal
You know,
Plus,
so
yeah,
like,
wonderful.
yeah,
I know.
so that's all I have to say. But I think inclusion is really important for economic progress. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Splendid stuff. You said a lot, and we really appreciate your input. And again, you've had a remarkable story. Hopefully, one day we'll organize a session for you to talk about yourself and what you've achieved and your motivation and how you could inspire others to also excel and overcome various challenges that life throws at us. So thank you, Nyebol. Thank you so much. Thank
My
you.
pleasure. Thank
You're
you.
welcome. Thank you so much. John, over to you. John Taban. John Taban. Okay, over to you, James. James Yar. Floor, are you available?
Yeah,
Hands up.
yes,
Oh, sorry.
I'm still here.
Okay, James. James, hold on one second. John opened up. John, go ahead. Yeah, 1 minute. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh yeah. Thank you. My phone was not.
Conclusion statement. Yeah, just
Yeah.
lost
My phone wasn't allowing me to come back on, and I don't know why, but yeah. Thank you guys. It's been a very interesting discussion, and I hope we are learning from it and we're picking up from it, and it's very good to have people with like-mindedness in our community. And I think all we need now is an avenue to start doing something, because we will sit back here and talk and put all the words, but until they are acted upon, they will remain as words. And I believe we have a very strong generation of transformative leaders that are here on this platform, and we could make South Sudan a better place. Thank you guys. It's been a massive, wonderful one, and thank you Joseph. Nashukuru sana kwa kutupatia ujuzi wako, na imenipendeza sana. Najua nimeelewa pale. Mimi ni Mkenya halisi. Asante sana. So thank you guys.
Wow, that's great.
Thank you, John. We appreciate that. Yeah, over to you, James. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
We can. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. I just wanted to thank everybody who has participated in this session. It has been very educative and informative for me. I would like to preface my final remarks with saying that I am not an economist. I never had any interest in economics, even though, by the way, my dad was an economist. He majored in economics and political science, even though he never got involved in politics until he passed away. So this is a question that nowadays, with the current politics that we have in our continent, or in our country, South Sudan, it makes me think like, maybe he had a good reason as to why he did not get involved. But I have developed a lot of interest in economics, and kudos to you, the economists. You guys see a lot of things through different prisms. And so I appreciate you for all of that. I don't know how many times I'm going to invest this. Use the word invest or investment. So from now on, I can imagine my brother Nir probably giggling and Kush every time we pose a question. I'm going to use the word invest, invest, and invest, right? So I think everything has been said. I just want to echo and reiterate what everybody has said. It's in this world that we live in, this global economy, investment is very important. I think that is going to put you on a fast track to achieving things quickly. So I have heard invest in education because actually the workforce that we need to develop going forward as a continent in general, or as a country in South Sudan in particular, we have to educate our workforce, right? Because technology and all these different things, they need educated workforce. Also invest in infrastructure and invest in agriculture, because truly agriculture is our bread and butter, no pun intended. And also Mr. Joseph and others also mentioned the word culture and mindset. This is very true in various sectors, particularly in agriculture. And I would like to share a short story. In 2019, when I visited Rwanda, I was attending an irrigation conference that was under the auspices of the ministries of irrigation and agriculture. Farmers, this irrigation concept is really foreign to them. They would only be waiting for rain. If there is no rain, then there is no harvest, and they lose everything. So these different investment programs, in my opinion, have to be spearheaded or championed by first the government, and second the financial institutions. And that's what I learned when I was in Rwanda. These poor farmers, they cannot do it by themselves. They need the governments to subsidize these agricultural implements and irrigation machinery. So it is very important. Another thing, entrepreneurship has to be really key in developing our different economies, right? So I learned a very valuable lesson when I took a class. It's called Entrepreneurship in Developing Countries, and one company, Indian company, comes to mind, and it's called AMLA, AMLA. It's the biggest milk and dairy products company in India. And basically it started with creating a big collection center where different farmers and people who have cows, they would bring their milk to these different distribution centers. And this company now, it's huge. I don't think there's any Indian person who doesn't know about AMLA products. So and also I had the pleasure, a great pleasure, to actually be in Kenya in 2019 with Dr. Lamek, where we were driving in the area of Kisumu, and we went to Lake Victoria. I'm sure many of you have seen at least YouTube videos where a lot of professionals veering away from their own area of expertise or training. So we visited that fish farm that was owned by a medical doctor in the United States. So he invested in fish farming right on, Lake Victoria. And you cannot invest in agriculture. So all these different areas like education, infrastructure, and agriculture, and I would say agriculture has to come at the back end of all of this, because those who produce, if you don't have good roads, if you don't have nowadays, farmers use
Sorry, my brother, James. You need to round up, yeah, because we have to want to finish.
Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm done. So they have to all work in tandem, and that's what I wanted to say. And thank you very much. And
so sorry to rush you, my brother. We want to get away from.
No, I was rounding up. Yeah,
it's about 6:20 now. We've kept everybody here for so long. Yeah, but brother Matata, Nicola, go ahead, Jada. Go ahead, 1 minute.
Yeah. How do we sort of get rid of? Sorry.
Go ahead. No, go.
How do we avoid falling into this Dutch disease or Dutch disease? For me, the main things that sort of stick out, if our government is listening, is to actually make agriculture sexy, make tourism sexy. Unfortunately, those things cannot be attained.
Make peace, make peace and make peace sexy.
Those things cannot be attained easily. So I think of problems and try to get the solution. And the solution might be, I sort of diverge a bit from my brother James Yar, from in terms of how to actually improve agriculture. Well, agriculture should be at the forefront of because our people are hungry. And if our people are hungry at the moment, if we can build or improve agriculture wherever it is without infrastructure, the infrastructure will come. Because when you have food and people are hungry somewhere, very quickly the government will say, okay, let's put a road there so that the food can come in easily. So my first strategic move would be try to get agriculture at the top of everything. But by saying make agriculture sexy, I mean, we, in our discussions, it's sort of transpired that agriculture is looked upon as a low skill job. It's actually bringing that up to a level where people recognize it is not a low skill job. It's what sort of drives economies, because no economy will exist if everyone is hungry. So it's the one that the driver for the economy is agriculture. And if you make it sexy, it will attract the necessary infrastructure. And very quickly, we can actually have all our infrastructure issues resolved just through agriculture. If we can make Magui, where they produce food, produce enough food, then Magui is on the road to Uganda. But if any of the remote parts, inaccessible parts of South Sudan can actually focus on agriculture and produce enough food, the government will very quickly put an infrastructure on that route, on the route to that location. So that would be my first step. And with that, I think if we were speaking to a government official at this point, then I would elaborate a bit more. But given that we are just talking, we're just summing up, I think that would be the first step. And I will just stop there to give others the time to summarize their thoughts as well. Thank you. By the way, sorry, I forgot one thing. Not really forgot. My special thanks to our guest speaker. Thank you very much,
Joseph.
Joseph. Thank you. Really, you have sort of upgraded my knowledge of economics that I picked up here and there, and you have brought it to a level that is I can understand more now, given your presentation. Thank you very much. We appreciate you as a community as well. Thank you.
Thank you, my brother Nicola. Yeah, so Nicola, thank you for that. I think Kush, and let me respond quickly, and then we go back to you. I like my brother Jada, Nicola. Agriculture is the key, really, and again, when you put some dresses around it, we're talking of economics. There's got to be an economic incentive, maybe a bank loan, maybe the community, the youth in particular, being told idleness is the end. You must go and farm. You must do this, and that. What I had in mind years ago is that if you take a typical farm divided by 4, now the incentive would be I can have a quarter, the community can have a quarter, the state can have a quarter, and South Sudan can have a quarter. So now it's a win-win for everybody. Now, if the government looks at it in that sense, that from the little I farm, they will get their share. The state government, whether Central Equatoria, Jonglei, Lakes, can get their quarter. We as a community, be it immediately outside my door, my cousins, my neighborhood, we can also get our share. Then I get my share. It's good. So now some will be for food, some will be sold to give us services, some will be sold for taxation purposes. Okay, but now the question here, corruption. How do we remove corruption so that this a similar idea can mean a win-win for everybody? So what is the incentive for me if I farm? I will get services, I'll get security, I will get investment in my area. Let's say the government will do more. Equally for me, I'm food secure. Me and my immediate family, my children. So now there's got to be a way that the government incentivizes this to begin with, but at the same time to make sure that our money, which is geared when all of us farm now and a quarter of ours goes to the local government, how sure are we're going to get back what we expected? The central government, how sure are we're going to get back what we accepted? So to me, there's got to be a way of having a discussion where it's a win-win. For instance, if we're told organize into cooperatives and we'll give you your share, we can get it. But in response, when we do this and it's labor intensive, what is in it for us? There must be a way of the government convincing us there's something in it for us. Yeah, so that would be one way of doing it. The other way, obviously, is peace. That the government can say, if you all go to farm, we'll give you security. As an incentive, will give you better governance. Again, maybe for Joseph's sake, but all of us know that the war eroded our traditional authority, control or dominance or sense of effectiveness has been really eroded. So we also need to use certain budgets that will come from the government selling or whoever sells on our behalf, that whatever comes back is also geared towards reorganizing our society to go back to what we know, where there was fairness all around, there's little corruption, there's accountability, everybody gets their right. So we must find a way to restore our way of life through these sort of initiatives. Agriculture is one, but with it also comes again, if there are roads, because we need to people in Magui need to find roads to sell their food in lakes. There's got to be roads to take all our food around. So now all of this are incentives that can come on the back of all these things, because I think they're all interconnected. That if we can revive the economy, and the economy is in a bad way today, again, what is the likelihood when we go into agriculture, there's no corruption? When we go into the mineral sector, there's no corruption. When we go into tourism, as Nicola said, it could be made attractive. But what is the gap? Where's the infrastructure for tourism? So we got to build hotels, build roads, create jobs for the locals. Then we'll all see the beauty of tourists coming into our country. So all of these are linked anyway. So that's enough of me. Thank you. Over to you, Kush.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, thank you, Brother Joseph, for this great presentation, and we really hope to have you in the near future with more in-depth analysis of the Kenyan systems, the shifts, the way that things are solved in the local levels, all the way up to the governments. A lot of us, when we see Kenya, we're looking at it as just the Maasai and all these glamorous, but we don't really need to dig into more in depth. Thank you all for this incredible presentation and insight. Three things my takeaway is really three. I would repeat with what I said earlier and what other people have mentioned, that really agricultural is really should be a key cornerstone of our economy. People are hungry, so that automatically will solve that issues. When people are less hungry, now you have time to think, to be creative. You can't be creative if you are still hungry. The basic necessity are still not met, and agricultural in terms of modernizing, using modern farming techniques and irrigation system like James have mentioned, and adding to that a credit system like a banking just for in Sudan. We used to have something called the farmers bank, Bank Zerai. This is just really to be able to focus on the need for the farmers, giving them all the things they need, and even buying those products from them, taking them as a wholesale instead of a farmer trying to go deal with selling all those things. So those things that need to be done, and automatically it's just things like transportation and warehouses and wholesale and retails. All those things will be the byproduct of just the government throwing its heavy weight into this industry. And the problem that our government officials, they do not know that there is money in agriculture. If a Dutch can produce 128 billion in agriculture, it is far exceeding that what we are producing with the oil. So that's really something that we really need to focus on it. The second thing is the tourism, really. Tourism, because we have a very unique culture, we have a very attractive areas. When we put our weight into these, combining our culture and attractive tourism, hotel industry will develop. Food, the tourists need to eat food. They need transportation, cultural products that are being sold. All those things will benefit the locals, and there will be a development, a byproduct development in other sectors. And the other things that are really very important, that you can't develop agriculture or tourism or any other sector if you don't have a human capitals that are trained. And this is really a need for a vocational training programs. And one country that stood out in mind is Germany. Germany are very, very good in the vocational training, which is an equivalent to community college here in the US, that people are trained in those those skills that you need to develop to be able to be a very highly skilled worker in your field. So so for South Sudan, not everybody need to get a bachelor or a PhD. We do have more PhDs than any other people, but we don't have any people who could be able to skillfully lay bricks or even farming or to do the hospitality or nurses and all those things. So investing in human capitals just by itself, it will increase the earning potentials of our peoples. And then when we have a tourism, they will be able to go into tourism and hotels and be able to produce food and transportation and all those things. And when we have that agricultural is bringing in export from agriculture, is bringing in the hard currency, it could be able to be create a very viable economy. So those are my three intakes. Thank you.
That was great, Kush. Thank you so much. Thank you for the question, and thank you for also responding with so much ideas. I think it's been a wonderful session, everybody. We'll converge again next week. Special thanks to Joseph. Sorry you were left alone in the end. The other speakers didn't show up. They did apologize. Two of them apologize. The other one I haven't heard from. But they had some family issues, yeah. But otherwise, it's been a lovely session. Thank you, Nicola. Thank you, Kush. Thank you, James. Thank you, Joseph, John. And thank you, Joseph. Obviously, we're all here. Thank you. Hope to see you guys next week again. Yeah. Take care.
Thank you, Justin.
You're welcome. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay,
Stay
bye-bye.
blessed. Stay blessed. Bye bye. Bye.